With your kind permission, I am starting the session. Welcome to all the guests and participants to the Interdisciplinary Faculty Development Program on Constitutional Values, a way forward to igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare under the Guru Dakshita Faculty Induction Program, organized by the MIT Staff Academic Staff College in association with the MIT Law School. In a world filled with complexities, challenges, and constant change, it is essential to remind ourselves of the fundamental principles that form the backbone of any just and inclusive society. Our Constitution, the guiding document of our nation, holds within it a set of values that provide a compass for our action and aspirations. Constitutional values form the bedrock of a just and inclusive society. They provide the framework for governance, safeguard fundamental rights, and foster a culture of compassion and social welfare. Today, we gather here to delve deeper into these constitutional values, exploring their significance and understanding how they can ignite humanitarianism and promote social welfare. Humanitarianism at its core embodies the belief in the inherent dignity and worth of every individual. It urges us to embrace compassion, empathy, and a spirit of solidarity. Our Constitution, as a living testament to these values, serves as a constant reminder that we are all equal under the law and deserving of justice, freedom, and equality. Social welfare, on the other hand, encompasses the collective efforts aimed at uplifting marginalized, addressing inequality, and creating an inclusive society. This FDP has a holistic approach and hence caters to various themes like human rights and humanitarian law, a comparative perspective of Indian and international global constitutional values, constitutional values as an enabler of humanitarianism, constitutional challenges and emerging contours, social protection for human dignity, social justice, sustainable development guaranteed, fundamental duties, directive principles of state policy, fraternity, liberty, and equality as the notion of a happy life which cannot be taken from any citizen. In today's FDP, we have gathered some of the brightest minds, renowned scholars, and passionate educators who will share their insights and expertise on constitutional values and their role in igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare. Let us use this platform as an opportunity of the principles that shape our nation's fabric and strengthen our commitment to upholding constitutional values. By embracing these values ourselves, we become catalysts for positive change. Let us seize this opportunity to collectively explore ways to translate constitutional values into tangible actions that ignite humanitarianism and promote social welfare. Together, we can create a better future for all. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you. May this FDP be an enlightening and transformative experience. With this, let us begin our session. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shefali Raizada, Additional Director and Joint Head of Institution and Program Joint Director, MIT Law School, Noida, to kindly give the welcome address. Ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Smita. Very good morning to all our esteemed guests for this very first technical session. Our Honorable Chairman, sir, he would be joining shortly all other participants and the faculty colleagues. It's really a great, I feel a great privilege and the pleasure to welcome on this platform all our guests and all the participants for this FDP. This FDP, which comes under the mandate of UGC mandate, one of the UGC mandates that is very important, that is the Guru Dakshita. it is an interdisciplinary kind of the training program, or you can say it's an exercise or the workshop for our faculty, especially for their growth, for knowledge enhancement. And very important theme we have chosen for this FDP, that is the constitutional values, a way forward to igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare. Earlier, we have taken the constitutional provisions and values in a very different manner. A few years ago, we were taking this meaning in a very different sense. But now we are finding it is all connected. What we have a purpose in our life, whatever the profession, whatever the career we are opting in our lives, they are the value based. And through this FDP, we are also trying to connect how the constitution, our Indian constitution, is based on the value system. Various fundamental rights, duties, provisions are there, but in some way around, indirectly, they are governing our lives. They are giving the directions and the roadmap where to lead to, where we are going. Irrespective of what the profession we have, whatever the purpose, but there are certain sensible thing is we have to attain the purpose of our life. So that is what the aim of this FDP, to have the thought processes through our legal libraries, or various guest speakers would be giving their deliberation with a certain purpose to give some thought, some thinking, some key points or the key issues to discuss on this platform. So it's very important. Certainly, it is a multidisciplinary. It is covering the all aspects of society, culture, polity, and we are finding they are all connected. So it is the platform where we need to know how they are connected. It's not a one way only, or on a one single track. We cannot lead the life. We have to have the connectivity with other disciplines, with other aspects of the life. That is the purpose of the FDP. I'm very happy with all the blessings of our founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and with all wishes and motivation of our young dynamic leader, Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and with all guidance, directions of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am, and certainly our all support and guidance of our chairman, sir, Professor Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay. We all as a faculty, we are able to have this platform, and we are here in the very first session to organize with certain purpose. I believe whoever has joined as a participants would be greatly having the very rich knowledge and enhancement of their profile also, with the intellect, with the thought process, with the new deliberations through the legal luminaries and the guest speakers. We would be having benefits of all, advantage of their thought process and their inputs, discourses being given and planned for this platform. So the three important areas of these constitutional values: humanitarianism and the social welfare. If we go into the deep meaning, they are all well connected, and they are also supporting and supplementing each other. So the cycle is complete if we have the key areas we understand, and what is the connectivity. I think the circle would be completed. So we know, we would be knowing through this platform, through different discourses, how we are, what kind of the dakshata we are wanting to cultivate through this FDP. Dakshata means obviously the competence, the knowledge level, to enhance the level or the thought process of the faculty and other participants and the scholars. So I believe this kind of it's a very sincere efforts. I'm very thankful for our three important faculty members who took the initiative, Ms. Nidhi, Dr. Smita, and Dr. Abhinav Tomar, who have made this platform, who have designed this, who have planned accordingly. And certainly it is a very prompt, it is a platform where we could prompt our young minds or our young faculty to express, to understand the scholarly viewpoints, to understand the new thinking, how to connect with the new technology, how to connect with the tradition with the newness or tradition with the technology. So that is what the purpose and the initiatives we are here to start with. So thank you so very much to our Professor S.P. Srivastav sir for accepting our invitation. We are really very obliged. We are very thankful to you. You are here and you have joined this very fast, because the first session is very, very important. And we are happy as guest speaker, eminent guest speaker, you have joined Amity Law School, Noida FDP program. I am also very thankful and convey my gratitudes to Advocate Gayatri Virmani. She's the Advocate High Court of Delhi for joining us. And certainly we are looking for the new thinking, new thought process through your lecture. Thank you so very much, all the participants and all the faculty colleagues who have joined and who are in the organizing committee. So thank you so very much. And once again,
I think Vishta ma'am has also joined.
Convey. Okay, okay. I also convey my gratitudes, high regards to Ma'am Nishtha ma'am. We are really looking forward to listen to your lecture, to see you here on this very platform. So once again, welcome all the guest speakers and legal means fraternity, part of the legal fraternity on this platform. Thank you so very much. Okay, over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very kind and encouraging words. Definitely, our participants will feel very motivated. We now proceed. I think Mondopathai sir has still not joined, so we will proceed with our. Can we proceed with our speakers, ma'am?
Yes, Chairman sir said he would be joining, and we should start with, because we have to.
So we now proceed to the address by the guest of honors, and I welcome Professor Dr. Nishtha Jaiswal, our first guest of honor. Professor Nishtha Jaiswal is the Vice Chancellor of the Himachal Pradesh National Law University. With over 3 decades of teaching and research experience, Professor Nishtha Jaiswal specializes in constitutional law, administrative law, human rights, and environmental law. She has over 50 research papers and at least 4 books to her credit. She was a gold medalist during her college days and went on to receiving a visiting professorship award from the British Academy in 1992. Ma'am has served various roles through the course of a prolific career, including as a member of Chandigarh State Legal Services Authority, the Punjab Legal Services Authority, the Anti-Sexual Harassment Committee of the Chandigarh Judicial Academy, and the Academic Planning Board of the Rajiv Gandhi National University of Law, among others. Ma'am has also been a member of the Board of Studies for various universities, and prior to taking charge as HPNLU's new VC, Ma'am has also been the chairperson of the law department at Punjab University. She was also the chief editor of the Punjab University Law Review. We kindly request Ma'am to address the participants on this important topic. Nishtha Jaiswal ma'am. Jaiswal ma'am.
I think ma'am has not opened her video. We could invite our other guest of honor if she's. Okay. So you please ask her and take the permission from her first.
Ma'am. Yeah.
Yes. Ma'am has joined. Yeah, very good morning, ma'am. Thank you so very much for accepting invitation, ma'am. Thank you. Very good to see you here. We are really obliged to have you here.
God bless, Vita. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Welcome, ma'am.
I think again you announce for address.
Am I audible, Vita?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Should I start?
Absolutely, ma'am.
How much time?
Ma'am, up to you, ma'am.
Not up to me, but you must have scheduled it for some time.
Yes, ma'am. 45 minutes, I think.
All right, all right.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Good morning, all the participants. It's always a pleasure to be one among you, because it's not you who learn through the FDP, but even the resource person learns a lot. Topic for this FDP is a topic of continuous significance. It was significant, it will remain significant when we talk about constitutional values. Now, before we start with the topic, I would just like to appeal all the participants that when we attend such programs, it is not merely for adding to the CV. It's for imbibing such, because when we talk about constitutional values, then imbibing the constitutional values in your conscience. That's very, very important. And we must have uniform, united opinion about our constitution. I'll just start with Sangathan Suktam of Rig Veda. Samani va akuti samana hridyani va samanamastu vo mano yatha va susahasati, which means united be our purpose, harmonious be our feelings, collected be our mind, in the same way as all the various aspects of the universe exist in togetherness. We talk about constitutional values. I want to admit before you that I'm a poet by heart. So before I tell you legally what is the constitution, I must tell you what a poet feels. संविधान नहीं है केवल कुछ पन्नों की खान. संविधान नहीं है केवल कुछ पन्नों की खान. यह तो है मेरा धर्म, निष्ठा, ईमान और मान. Now this is what is constitution. And what are values? Values, मूल्य तो वे होते हैं जो हो हृदय पर अंकित. मूल्य तो वो होते हैं जो हो हृदय पर अंकित, वरना तो हम हैं इंसानियत से भी वंचित. Now this is the theme, in fact. Now, coming to the constitutional values. The whole constitution, if you look at it, teaches nothing but values. Now, values may be for different purposes, for individual progress, for the protection of the society, for the security of the nation, and for the working of the organs of the state. So, constitutional values are just embedded in the constitution, which we don't merely take some document, some book. It's sanctum sanctorum. In fact, all of us must always bow before the constitution, because if we are surviving, if we are living in dignity, this is because of the constitution. And constitution, when we just open the preamble to the constitution, we find preambular promises, and these promises are in the backdrop of constitutional values only. We may talk about, we say sovereign. If we are not sovereign, perhaps we have not given a thought to it. If we are not sovereign, part 3rd of the constitution, that is fundamental rights, becomes redundant. And it's not merely external sovereignty, but internal sovereignty is equally important. External sovereignty is, all of us understand, when we are not under the control of any external superior authority. We can defend ourselves against all external forces. And we know it very well that we became independent on 15th of August 1947, and we got this constitution, which was adopted on 26 January 1950. So we were complete. We can talk about external sovereignty. Internal sovereignty, the moment we had the constitution, then we say, what is sovereign? Constitution is sovereign. Now, constitution is sovereign for internal sovereignty. And for that purpose, I hope all of you are aware of Article 13 of the Constitution, which says, no law to be framed which violates the fundamental rights. This is relating to post-constitutional laws. The same is applicable to pre-constitutional laws. The moment constitution comes into existence, all the pre-constitutional laws, to the extent these are not in consonance with the constitution, will be void. So that means even when we have three organs, legislature, executive, and judiciary, we know legislature can frame laws, but legislature can frame laws only which are inconsistent with the constitution. Now, I am just remembering one decision of 1997, SS Bola versus B.D. Sardana. Supreme Court talked about a number of concepts like fraud on the legislature, fraud on the constitution. Now, when there is fraud, every organ of the state is bound to perform its functions. It may be legislature, it may be executive, it may be judiciary. So legislature needs to frame laws. And if not framed, then we say fraud on the legislature. And not framed in consonance in the constitution, we say fraud on the constitution. Similarly, the executive has to perform own role. Implementing, enforcing the laws, framing the executive policy, bringing that policy into a binding rule of conduct. And whenever we look towards the government, that government is a welfare state and government is supposed to protect us from cradle to the grave. Now then again comes into picture the role of the executive, which the executive needs to perform. Similarly, judiciary, power of judicial review. Again, what is power of judicial review? You'll find the constitutional value imbibed there, that whether any act which is framed is constitutional or not. So again, testing it on the touchstone of the constitution. Then constitutional values, which in fact flows throughout the constitution in the same manner as we inhale and exhale. You know, without feeling, without realizing, just with the reflexes, we inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide. Similarly, certain principles, they are constitutional values, whether at the time of inception or might have included with the passage of time. Like separation of powers. We find the provision, Article 50, which talks about separating executive from judiciary. It doesn't refer to separating the three organs, legislature, executive, and judiciary. But ultimately, we know we have number of decisions where the Supreme Court has talked about. I can refer to like putting restraint on the judiciary. The concept of judicial self-restraint. Whether I refer to the case of Umaid Ram of 1985-86, or another case was on ragging, a parent of a student of medical college, which is state of Himachal Pradesh. Now, in these cases, what happened that, like Umaid Ram's case, what happened in the state of Himachal Pradesh, in the interiors, proper roads were not constructed, and though that non-construction of roads was affecting the right to livelihood of people. Just taking a pause, I can tell you that when we read Article 21 through the lens of the judiciary, we find that right to life includes right to livelihood with certain exceptions, that is subject to economic capacity and economic development of the nation. Now here, because this function belongs to the legislature to grant budgetary provisions, and then for the government to frame a policy about construction of roads, when Himachal Pradesh High Court directed the government to construct roads, matter reached up to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court, applying this principle of separation of powers, as well as this, they innovated the concept of judicial self-restraint. That when the matter belongs to the, or is in the arena of essential functions belonging to a particular organ, the courts cannot direct them to perform that function. Similarly, in that ragging case, there was no law relating to ragging, and there were, in fact, terrific incidents of ragging. And Himachal Pradesh High Court had directed the state legislature to frame law on ragging. Again, Supreme Court, using this judicial self-restraint, directed that this direction cannot be issued. This is when we talk about our sovereignty part. Think too, if I talk about democracy. Democracy, what is democracy? Now, this is a constitutional value. If we are enjoying freedoms, all kinds of freedoms, because we are democratic. Democracy, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, if I say, government by the people, for the people, of the people. This is democracy. But in the present days, we don't simply talk about political democracy. We do talk about social democracy. Social democracy, where social justice is there, where social inequalities are not there, where enabling provisions for the vulnerable sections are there. That is social democracy. Political democracy, no issue. When we talk about we have a right to vote. If I am eligible, I have a right to contest the election. Now, this is social democracy. Political democracy. And after that, if I just touch Republican character, this is very, very important value. We are not ruled by monarchy. Again, the constitutional head is elected. Right. Coming to socialism. Socialism, this term was in fact added by 42nd Amendment Act 1976 in the preamble. But that does not mean we were not socialist before that also, because we have many provisions under the directive principles of state policy, especially we can refer to Article 39B and C, where we talk about distribution of income in an equitable manner, use of material sources in an equitable manner. This is what this socialism means. Socialism, I can refer to number of decisions, just referring few. Samatha versus State or Air India Statutory Corporation versus State, both are of 1997. Where Supreme Court talked about that when we are protected from cradle to the grave, when our standards of living are raised, then in fact, this is a socialism. In India, we don't believe in Marxist socialism where everything is owned by the state. We believe in a Gandhian socialism where we do talk about mixed economy. Now, we can find out here only, I can just refer to one when we talk about in the preamble only, justice, social, political, and economic, social justice. In fact, these are interrelated. Whether I talk about socialism or social justice or social democracy, we have a decision in 1996, Valsamma Paul versus Cochin University. Supreme Court beautifully observed, I quote, social democracy is a way of life which recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity as the principles of life. I unquote. Now, how important it is. And passing on to secularism. Secularism, again, this word was also added by 42nd Amendment Act 1976. But again, I can very proudly say we were secular before that also, because we have a small island of fundamental rights, articles 25 to 28, where we talk about freedom of religion. What is a secularism? Secularism means when state has no religion of its own, when state treats all religions equally, when state does not discriminate on the ground of religious beliefs. And it's not merely articles 25 to 28. I would like to remind you that if we read articles 15 and 16, when we say no discrimination on certain grounds, read article 15 and 16, one of the grounds is religion. Whether you want to have access to the public places, whether you want to seek admission to educational institution, no discrimination on the ground of religion. And similarly, if you are seeking appointment, then also no discrimination to be made on the ground of religion. And another thing which I need to remind you to further cement this concept of secularism, that under Article 30, when we talk about minority rights, minorities are considered on two grounds only, religion and language. Right? And now, what is secularism? This we need to understand very well. I can just remind you of Justice O. Chinnappa Reddy's observation in Bijoy Emanuel's case. I quote, "Our tradition teaches tolerance. Our philosophy teaches tolerance. Our constitution practices tolerance. Let us not dilute it." I unquote. Now, this is secularism. And then, if I further talk about secularism, I would just like to refer to one decision of 2002, Aruna Roy versus Union of India. wonderful decision by the Supreme Court. And it explains our state of mind, how fanatic we are about our religions. If we are Hindus, then our religion is the best. If you are Mohammedans, our religion is the best. If you are Sikhs, our religion is the best. This is not the same. All secularism means all religions are equal. And I would just tell, just put your hand on your heart and think whether any religion teaches you to be a bad human being. Whether any religion teaches you to tell a lie, whether any religion teaches you to hurt anybody, whether any religion teaches you not to love anybody, answer will be big no. Aruna Roy, I'm going to tell you. There was change in some education policy, and it was in fact recommended that value education classes should be in the schools. And in the value education classes, what was to be taught? The basic tenets of different religions prevalent in India. You know, it was challenged on the ground. It is violative of secularism. I would like to ask the participants, do you think it is violative of secularism? Yes, anybody? Do you think it is violative of secularism? If my child is to know about Christianity, if my child is to know about Quran, if my child is to know about Guru Granth Sahib, is it violative of? And I don't believe in all these religions. Is it violative of secularism? Answer is no. You know, the contentions placed before the Supreme Court that the children, they are in the tender age. They have tender minds. They are innocent. They don't discriminate. And if during that tender age, if they are taught the basic tenets of different religions, then what will happen? I talked about Vachanapparadi. Then they will develop tolerance towards other religions. And then we will not, fortunately, read in the newspapers that there are riots on religious grounds. We will not hate any other religion. Now, all of us try our best that our child must get admission in convent school. This is the bitter truth. And when the child is sent to a convent school, you know, child will do like this. And we just smile. But when the question is that you have to be taught basic tenets of different religions, then we challenge it on the ground of secularism. Now, this challenge was not accepted by the Supreme Court. In fact, Supreme Court in a number of cases talked about that what is secularism. Now, secularism is a bridge which joins the different religions. I hope you can understand. This is the best explanation. We have many cases, but I would just like to quote this one decision by Karnataka High Court in 2020, Sanathan Kalakshetra versus Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike. Now you say, I'm Hindu, I have right to construct a temple. Fine. We have, but Karnataka High Court said, but we don't have a right to construct a temple on the footpath. Do we have? Can we create any kind of hazard for others? Just because we love our religion. Similarly, We have number of cases where the Supreme Court has, even in Church of God case, then I can, in 2020 also, again, this is reiterated by Allahabad High Court in Afzal Ansari versus State of UP. Azan is an essential part of Islam. But use of loudspeakers for Azan is not. That means, now, here only we just conclude that we have fundamental rights, we have fundamental freedoms, but these are not absolute. These are subject to reasonable restrictions. When I specifically talk about Article 19, we have specific provisions for these reasonable restrictions. But then you must be thinking, when we talk about Article 14 or when we talk about Article 21, where are the restrictions? So I need to tell you those restrictions. I just refer to Article 14. Article 14 talks about right to equality. Whether inequal treatment has been given, whether there is a discrimination, how do we test? We have the test of reasonable classification. And all of you must be knowing what is reasonable classification. When it is founded on intelligible differentia and when there is a rational nexus with the object to be achieved. See how many times I use the word reasonable in different forms. Reasonable classification, reasonable. Intelligible differential. Intelligible again means reasonable. Rational nexus, rational again means reasonable. So when you are testing something on the touchstone of reasonability, that means there are reasonable restrictions. Similarly, when I just refer to Article 21, just one liner. Person shall be deprived of his life or personal liberty except according to procedure established by law. Nowhere any reasonable restriction, except it says procedure established by law. Procedure established by law. What is law? When the Constitution came into existence, the very first decision before the Supreme Court was A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras. 1950. A.K. Gopalan versus State of Madras, Supreme Court said law means enacted law. May or may not be reasonable. No place for rule of law, no place for principles of natural justice. And this struggle continued. In fact, we traveled from North Pole, A.K. Gopalan, to South Pole, that is Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India, 1978. Again, here I would just like to take a pause because now I am going to say Maneka Gandhi, Supreme Court only talked about procedural fairness, not substantive fairness. I would just take a pause and turn back the pages of history and go into the time when the Constitution was being framed. When Article 21 was to be adopted, lot of discussion took place in the Constituent Assembly. Should we adopt American due process clause while framing Article 21? In America, I hope you know that there is procedural as well as substantive due process. Procedural due process means the procedure law must be reasonable. Substantive due process, substantive law has to be reasonable. At that time, there was fear in the minds of the framers of the Constitution that if we adopt due process clause, state being a welfare state, everything will be tested on the touchstone of reasonability and there will be flood of litigation. So we preferred using the words procedure established by law. You know how much we had to suffer then? 1950 to 1978. Now, constitutional values. I refer to separation of powers. Now I'm going to refer to the concept of rule of law. As I told you, in A.K. Gopalan, Supreme Court clearly said, law means only enacted law, whatever law is framed by the legislature of the land. Now, Maneka Gandhi, I would just remind you, refresh your minds regarding the facts of the case. A commission of inquiry was constituted and where Maneka Gandhi was to appear, but she wanted to go abroad. So in order to prevent her from going abroad, her passport was impounded. Passport was impounded without giving any hearing, without giving any chance of representation. Naturally, she challenged it. Here, in question was Section 10 of the Passport Act, where the authorities were empowered to seize the, confiscate the passport without assigning reasons. Supreme Court had sufficient ground to declare Section 10 of the Passport Act as unconstitutional. But at that time, contention of the government that there was emergency. Had we not impounded the passport, she would have left the country and the purpose of constituting the commission would have been defeated. Now we will give the hearing. So then the Supreme Court started with the concept of post-decisional hearing. Now here, Supreme Court clearly said, whenever any person is being deprived of his life or personal liberty, procedure which is adopted must be fair, just, and reasonable. But because they did not declare the provision of the Passport Act as unconstitutional, so they did not give way to substantive fairness or substantive due process. So what we rejected when the Constitution was being framed, we imported in Maneka Gandhi partially. Only procedural due process was adopted by the Indian Supreme Court. Just after 5 years, in Mittu versus State of Punjab. Again, I hope you remember this case. This is a very, very important decision where Section 303 of Indian Penal Code was declared as unconstitutional. Section 303, which laid down if any person undergoing life imprisonment commits murder, then the only penalty to be awarded is death penalty. While any free person, if commits murder, all of us know, then choice is there, either life imprisonment or death sentence. And if death sentence is to be awarded, then special reasons have to be assigned. So this Section 303 was declared unconstitutional, being violative of Article 14 as well as Article 21. So we adopted substantive due process also, because even the substantive law, substantive provisions have to be fair, just, and reasonable. Now, with this fairness, what we received? place for a rule of law. In fact, even before Maneka Gandhi's case, I just refer to E.P. Royappa versus State of Tamil Nadu of 1974, where Supreme Court said, right to equality is antithetic to arbitrariness. Now you can say there was another phase for this right to equality. Before 1974, before E.P. Royappa, we simply talked about no discrimination principle. After that, we talked about no arbitrary exercise of power principle. And just refresh your minds, what is rule of law? When it was originated, originally it was given by Dicey. He said, again, absence of wide discretionary power, absence of arbitrary power. This is what is rule of law, even though now the concept of rule of law has totally changed. Now we don't simply confine to this. We even provide the measures where we talk about what can be the consequences of this arbitrary power. And now we have rule of law, World Justice Project Rule of Law Index. Every year it comes. Earlier there were 9 factors, now 8 factors are there, where we talk about absence of corruption, absence of arbitrary power. We refer to civil justice, criminal justice, fundamental rights, regulatory measures. All these are part and parcel of rule of law now. Now, going further, now this is very, very important constitutional value, rule of law, which flows throughout the Constitution. Because any kind of power exercised by any organ of the state can be tested on the touchstone of rule of law. Now, moving further, if I talk about preamble only, we do refer to the terms harmony, we talk about fraternity, we talk about dignity. Now, these are all constitutional values. Now, what is a harmony? Harmony we find even under the fundamental duties, Article 51A, subclause E. It says, what is the fundamental duty of every citizen? To promote harmony and the spirit of common brotherhood amongst all the people of India, transcending religious, linguistic, and regional or sectional diversities. I hope we can be reminded of our school days when we used to write even essays on unity in diversity. Now, this is what it says, unity in diversity. Now, what is a harmony? It is very, very important to understand what is harmony. I think I can make you understand through the heart of a poet only. Now, this harmony will bring before you what is secularism, what is tolerance. जब कीर्तन, अजान, गुरबानी, प्रार्थना का एक होता है सुर सप्तक. जब कीर्तन, अजान, गुरबानी, प्रार्थना का एक होता है सुर सप्तक, एक ही ड्योढ़ी में खुलते हैं द्वार इनके, सामंजस्य, सामंजस्य इज हार्मनी, सोता है थपक थपक. जब मीठे पानी की नदियां समर्पित होती हैं खारे सागर में, जब मीठे पानी की नदियां समर्पित होती हैं खारे सागर में, सागर बादल को देते हैं जल पुनः भरने मीठी नदियों में. Understand? There's a cycle. This is harmony. जब अपने आंसू दूसरों की हंसी में खो जाते हैं, जब अपने आंसू दूसरों की हंसी में खो जाते हैं, दूसरों के दर्द में हंसते लबों पे नयन रो जाते हैं. Now this is harmony. Interrelated to harmony is what we say fraternity. Meaning of fraternity is brotherhood. This is the most important value which is enshrined under the Constitution. We find everywhere. I can just quote decision, very important decision of the Supreme Court in 2002, AIMS Student Union versus AIMS. I quote what Supreme Court observed. Fraternity enshrined in the preamble is indicative of the mindset of the framers of the Constitution that balances dignity of the individuals is to be ensured only subject to the unity and integrity of the nation and preponderance we the people of India. And all the constitutional values, these are enshrined in few words. Here we talk about dignity, we talk about unity and integrity, and we refer to we the people of India. And simply from where the Constitution begins, we the people of India, if we rightly interpret, I'll say again, if we rightly interpret, then it shows fraternity. We the people of India. All of us, we belong to India. All of us, we are proud Indians. And I can also quote a decision of Justice, observation by Justice Ravindra Bhatt in Prithvi Raj Chauhan versus Union of India of 2020, decision by the Supreme Court. It says, in a country like ours, with so many disruptive forces of regionalism, communalism, and linguism, it is necessary to emphasize and re-emphasize that the unity and integrity of India can be preserved only by a spirit of brotherhood. India has one common citizenship, and every citizen should feel that he is Indian first, irrespective of other bases. In this view, any measure at bringing about equality should be welcome. And it's not. Today, the judges of the Supreme Court are talking about brotherhood in India. Even I can refer to a Sanskrit shloka on brotherhood. Paropi hitvan bandhu, bandur api hita para. Ahita dehajo vyadi, hitam aradyam oshadam hitop. This is from Hitopadesh. Now, it means the person with whom we have no relation, but who helps us in our difficult times is our
Nishtha ma'am, your mic has been muted. Kindly unmute your mic. Nishtha ma'am, kindly unmute your mic. Thank you.
just like a disease which is in our own body does so much harm to us, while the medicinal plant which grows in forest far off does so much of good to us. And again, I'll say the heart of the poet wants to speak here. भाईचारा समझना है तो विवेकानंद का संबोधन याद करो. Do you remember how Vivekanand addressed the Americans, brothers and sisters? भाईचारा समझना है तो विवेकानंद का संबोधन याद करो. वसुधैव कुटुंबकम का नारा जग में आबाद करो. गिरते को थाम लो, अपने पांव पर करो खड़े. गिरते को थाम लो, अपने पांव पर करो खड़े. याद रखो, न रोटी के निवालों पे, न शमशान को कोई लड़े। धर्म वह है जो प्यार करना सिखाए, भाषा वह है जो रिश्तों को जोड़ जाए। मैदान के सीने पे खड़ा पहाड़, और पहाड़ जल की नदियां मैदान पे छोड़ आए। आई प्रे टू गॉड, रब एक तो अंतर बता दो जो हमारे सामंजस्य का करे बंटवारा। एक तो अंतर बता दो जो हमारे सामंजस्य का करें बंटवारा। अगर खून का रंग अलग होता तो तोड़ भी देते भाईचारा। But this is brotherhood. Now, when we have talked about harmony, when we have talked about this brotherhood or fraternity, immediately we come to very, very important values, unity and integrity. I hope you are well aware that even when we talk about reasonable restrictions, these can be imposed on the ground of unity and integrity of the country. You have freedom of speech and expression, but it can be curtailed on the ground of unity and integrity of the country. Now, if I need to give you one very good example that even unity and integrity was taken as a ground to quash a particular scheme, I can give you that this was a case of R.R. Dalvi versus State. Now here what happened because an effort was made to make Hindi as the official language, there was a lot of agitation in the state of Tamil Nadu. And after the agitation was over, then the government announced a pension scheme for all the agitators who participated in that agitation against Hindi language. Now this was questioned. Naturally, this was bound to be questioned. And here, in fact, Supreme Court said this is a violative of unity and integrity of the country. Important this value is. And I would just like to remind you that even when we talk about we the people of India, that means we are one. Even when we talk about sovereignty, we can enjoy our sovereignty only when we are one. And then I just come to another very, very important concept of liberty. Liberty, we find the word in the preamble. But as we move further towards part 3rd of the Constitution, either we use the term freedom. We have earlier 7 freedoms, now we have 6 freedoms under Article 19. Or under Article 21, where there is a prefixture personal. We don't talk about liberty, we say personal liberty. But liberty is really very, very important, because unless and until you have freedom to do something, freedom to take decisions, freedom to speak, freedom to move freely, freedom to form association, freedom to settle anywhere within the territory of India, freedom to carry out any trade, occupation or business, I think you cannot ultimately, we will come to the next value, that is dignity. Without liberty, there cannot be dignity. But of course, again, liberty cannot be absolute. Liberty corrupts and absolute liberty corrupts. Absolutely, Lord Acton said long, long back. In 2020 only, in a very, very famous case, which became very famous on the issue of freedom of speech and expression, Arnab Manoranjam Goswami versus State of Maharashtra, again, Supreme Court beautifully observed, law should not become a ruse for targeted harassment. Understand each and every word. Law should not become a ruse for targeted harassment. Supreme Court reminds courts of their duty to ensure human liberty. So once again, it's the beginning, it's continuation, constant efforts by the Supreme Court to protect the liberty. And from this liberty, we come to dignity. Dignity we find under preamble. And now I would just like to pass on to Article 21. Article 21, right to life, was interpreted by the Supreme Court in a number of cases, like the case of People's Union for Democratic Republic versus Union of India of 1982, or Francis Corelli-Moline versus Delhi Administration of 1981, that right to life means right to live with dignity. And if you open any decision of the Supreme Court where in question is violence against women, maybe sexual violence or domestic violence or any other kind of violence, Supreme Court always talks about dignity of women. Now, what is this dignity? Can any participant tell me what do they understand by dignity? All right, then I will only tell what is dignity. I'm not going to refer to any judgment on this, that this is the meaning of dignity. If I just go by jurisprudence, I refer to Immanuel Kant. He said, human dignity is the ability of humans to choose their own actions. But I want to go beyond this. Now, this just refers to decide what you want to do. I would say what Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore says in his poem. When the mind is without fear and when the heads are held high, this is dignity. When you can move freely without any fear, you can take any decision, you can join any profession, you can have your personal decisions. Now, from this, in fact, from this dignity, in fact, I would just like to remind you once again, refresh your minds, that after the decisions of the Supreme Court, where Supreme Court said right to life means right to live with human dignity, you name any fundamental right that is part and parcel of right to life and personal liberty under Article 21. Interestingly and astonishingly, even right to food, right to clean drinking water, right to shelter, right to marry a person of one's choice, all these rights, right to live in a healthy environment, name any right. Now you must be thinking, these are all natural rights. If you have to marry, God gave us this right. It's a natural right. Food we need. Clothing we need. Shelter we need. But still Supreme Court had to talk about taking the shelter on the term dignity. Can we live in dignity if we don't have 2 square meals a day? We can't think of even this dignity if we don't have 2 square meals a day. And because of this dignity only, if I ask you, are you happy? What do you think of your well-being? And if you start thinking whether I'm happy, whether I'm considering my well-being, then that means you don't know what is dignity. From this dignity only emerges another very, very important value, which has been made part by the Supreme Court in a number of cases, that is autonomy. Now, this autonomy is when I can take my own decisions. And the autonomy, we can take different examples. Like the case of Suchitra Shrivastava versus Chandigarh Administration 2010 by the Supreme Court. Whether I want to continue with my pregnancy, whether I want to reproduce or not, whether I want to conceive or not, this is my autonomy. And the recent decision on hijab, again, the contention was that if you want to decide about your dress, This is part and parcel of freedom of speech and expression. At the same time, this is part and parcel of my autonomy. It's not merely secularism. It is not merely freedom of religion. This is my autonomy. Or I can also refer to the long struggle. The moment I take the name of the case, you will immediately follow. Aruna Ramachandra Shanbag of 2010. Continuously had been struggling on the issue of euthanasia. I just take you back to Gyankaur versus State of Punjab. Supreme Court clearly said right to life does not include right to die. Right to life means, yes, you have a right to die, but only a natural death. And Supreme Court did not touch the question of this mercy killing or euthanasia. Aruna Ramachandra Shanbag. Then passive euthanasia was recognized, all of you know.
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. We may need to wind up a little soon.
All right, I'll take just 5 minutes.
Thank you so much.
I'll wind up. 5 minutes and I'll wind up.
Thank you so much.
So then in view of this autonomy, if I refer to Common Cause versus Union of India, where we talk about the this living will, informed consent. If I am in a vegetative state, I don't want any medical aid. This kind of living will can be made. And again, continuing with this autonomy and dignity, Supreme Court has a number of cases referred to the vulnerable sections of the society. Now, who got the support or the life through the constitutional values only. Like if I refer to the provisions relating to protective discrimination or reservation, I can refer to Kilas versus State of Maharashtra 2011, or many cases on protection of women and children we can refer to. Now, out of this autonomy then emerged right to privacy. All of you know K.S. Puttaswamy's case, but still we are struggling with this right to privacy in the age of data, the question of data privacy, data protection, right? And in the present times, in fact, we will have to strengthen our constitutional values. Why? Because we are in the age of artificial intelligence, machine learning. So constitutional values need to be strengthened. And because I refer to the vulnerable sections, I can just touch because time is not there, because this topic needs the whole day. Like the rights of the transgender, Nalsa's case of 2014, on Navtej Singh Johar, where we talk about LGBTQ. So all these are there. I would just refer to one decision, recent 2023, Kaushal Kishore versus State of UP. The observation by the Supreme Court is very, very important. It says, it is inevitable that the social philosophy and the scale of values of the judges participating in the decision should play an important part, and the limit to their interference with legislative judgment in such cases can only be dictated by their sense of responsibility. I'm emphasizing on sense of responsibility and self-restraint, and the sobering reflection that the Constitution is meant not only for people of the way of thinking, but for all. And that the majority of the elected representatives of the people have, in authorizing the imposition of the restrictions, considered them to be reasonable. Here, just to clarify to you, it simply means when we even test anything on the concept of reasonability, it is not that if I say I am reasonable, then I am reasonable. This is the test of any person of ordinary prudence who is fully aware of the facts, what he thinks under those circumstances. So I can simply say that constitutional values, without this, no fundamental rights can be recognized. We cannot exist. Our identity becomes doubtful, whether it is gender identity, physical identity, mental identity, psychological identity, everything becomes doubtful. So finally, I'll conclude with my poem on Constitution. संविधान कुछ पन्नों की कहानी है, जानती नहीं। संविधान की आत्मा ठिठक सी गई है, मानती नहीं। बहुत ऊंची है जुबान संविधान की, हिमालय से भी ऊपर गूंजती है। बहुत ऊंची है जुबान संविधान की, हिमालय से भी ऊपर गूंजती है। गंगा की धारा, परिंदों की उड़ान, फूलों की खुशबू हर दिल में फूंकती है। इसकी सतह पर न जाने कितनी ही सरकारें गिरी और बनी, न्यायालय के कक्षों में कितनी धाराओं पर खूब ठनी। संविधान नहीं रहा स्थिर, चलता पलता पनपता गया। अमेंडमेंट्स हैड बीन देयर। हम सब जन, वी द पीपल, इस शब्दों का दायरा उधेड़ता और बुनता गया। तकनीकियों ने विकास के नाम पर जीवन बदला, संविधान ने शासन और शक्ति को तर्क पर टटोला। मर्जी न तेरी न मेरी, तराजू है सही या गलत का। मर्जी न तेरी न मेरी, तराजू है सही या गलत का। राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा या जनमित में भी पारदर्शिता संचित है। पारदर्शिता मीन्स ट्रांसपेरेंसी। मैं नैसर्गिक अधिकारों के लिए लड़ता रहा, मेरे ऊपर मुझे बनाने वाला हंसता रहा। कुछ देवदूतों ने मेरा दर्द दिलो दिमाग से निहारा और उच्चतम न्यायालय ने मेरे अस्तित्व और सम्मान को सहारा। राइट टू लिव विद डिग्निटी। पारदर्शिता के नाम पर सूर्य की किरणें मुझे टटोल गई, मैं सोशल मीडिया पर प्रकट बेमोल हुई। संस्कृति और संस्कारों की कसौटी बिखर गई, संविधान और सामाजिक नियमों की लड़ाई और निखर गई। फाइनली आई प्रे टू गॉड, ए रब सुबुद्धि दे मुझे, संविधान का दिया जलाती रहूं। ए रब सुबुद्धि दे मुझे, संविधान का दिया जलाती रहूं, मगर भारतीयता की मशाल बुझने से बचाती रहूं। न जाति के कांटे चुभे, न धर्म की तलवार काटे। न जाति के कांटे चुभे, न धर्म की तलवार काटे। हम सब मिल राष्ट्र प्रेम के फूल ही बांटे। हम सब मिल राष्ट्र प्रेम के फूल ही बांटे। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना।
Thank you so very much, ma'am. Such a wonderful discourses, how the important words and values you have made and gave them the rhythmic beauty to the constitutional values, and such a wonderful deliberations. We even
Thank you, beta.
Your discourses must continue and continue. So such a wonderful talk, a wonderful interpretation in a very different manner, and it was really justified what the aim we are here having the aim for this FDP to do, and certainly your discourses have done the justice what the aim is behind this FDP theme. Thank you so very much for being with us. And we have our chairman, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, namaskar.
Sir,
you have to unmute.
As usual.
नमस्कार मैम, good morning मैम.
Good morning
sir.
जी.
अरे मनोज भी आ गया.
हाँ ऐसे कैसे sir. But I'm very happy that I saw like madam and I heard a little bit like I should have come a little bit early had I known that is there.
Nishta ji as usual in her own spirit.
Yes.
and as usual ends with a beautiful poem written by her.
Thank you, sir.
And they really, the way Dr. Aizada and her team, they just designed this program, constitutional values, a way forward to igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare. Now, I was just looking at that, recently, UGC has come out with a, quality mandate.
Yes.
And one of the quality mandate is a Mudla Prabaha.
Yes,
And
sir.
it happens to be that university has given me the responsibility to work out how this inculcation of the values can be made. So from there, the idea came, every institution, depending upon their specialization, they will conduct a value-added program for the faculty members to inculcate the values among the faculty members. So when you are talking about different facets of constitutional aspects, constitutional processes, I found now it has covered, you have covered all the dimension, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dimension what has been given by this UGC's quality mandate. and in terms of inculcating the human values, in terms of inculcating the human rights, in terms of promoting social welfare. And they say the integrity. And you have amply clarified that how our constitution provides us the feeling of integrity very aptly. Then question of dedication, that I am a citizen of India, we the people of India. I mean, that dedication you have very rapidly highlighted, and followed by leadership, followed by sustainability. You have touched upon a little bit about sustainability. Maybe further, we would have loved to hear from you. Then inclusiveness. You talk about religion and how religion should be taken in a different perspective, and how the inclusiveness to be brought in, and how the constitution has provided the provisions for the inclusiveness. Then commitment. Every citizens have the fundamental rights, but they have also the duties. That what is the commitment that they'll make it. Then respectfulness. And we have to respect the law of the land. We have to respect the constitution the way they are provided. Very amply you have cleared it by from Article 13 to Article 25. Then harmony. Another perspective we have already covered. And something, belongingness. I belong to a great nation. I belong to a great country. I am governed by a rule book known as Constitution. And that rule book has given me all dimensions of the values. Because when the Constitution was written by the Assembly of Constitution, they essentially went by what are the Indian ethos, what are the Indian Indian requirements, what are the way the Indians should be governed by themselves. And when they were doing it, they all took into consideration of the different moral values that were in existence in those times. So these moral values, when we try to reinvent them, we found, oh, what a great constitution it is. What a great, leaders who actually took into consideration the aspiration of the people of the nation. And very rightly, you have acted, Nistaji. So I really, Amity Law School, really thankful to you for bringing these different dimensions of the values. And then after all, what are those values? Values are essentially, we are going to be a good human being. We like to be a great citizen of the nation. We like to develop a fellow feeling, and we like to have coexistence within ourselves. And we have to see the inclusiveness, how really we take care of the different social dilemmas, social milieus. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, really.
Thank you, sir.
I included, although I was not part of it, then I included actually. When I came to the Manoj is coming, you are coming, then I could not stop myself. I said, look, I must go, and at least virtually I meet them. I have not met them physically long time.
Sir,
thank you very much.
Sir, we will come when you invite us.
Yeah, sure.
Myself also.
वो पतियाला का वो चीज काफी दिन से ड्यू है.
ठीक है जी.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
जी.
Thank you so much,
ma'am.
Thank you, ji. Thank you.
Thank you. Now
Thank
over
you,
to
Professor Manoj.
Thank
Nice
you,
to
ma'am.
meet you virtually.
Yes, ma'am. Soon.
Manoj, is a great personality. The way he's managing ILI, my
Yes.
hats are off.
Yes.
My
yes.
hats are off.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And because this is again, he's managing because his value systems are very strong. He do not compromise.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
And that
Yes,
is the
sir.
success
Yes, sir.
again.
Uh,
Manoj,
Sir,
please
he-
don't mind
he-
if I am making such
He
type
is
of comments.
sir, he is a person whom everybody adores.
Adores.
He's always smiling, always smiling.
But I am great admirer of both of you.
But I take it as a liberty to call him by his first name.
Yes.
Because generally, when you call somebody as a first name, I have been taught by
Yes.
some of my colleagues
Yes,
that
yes,
when you call somebody with first name, that means he's very close to you.
yes,
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 sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much,
Right, sir.
ma'am.
Right.
Thank you so
Right.
much for your
Right.
very enlightening lecture. To continue with our session, Advocate Gayatri Virmani has an arbitration case just waiting, and so she has just requested. She will talk about it briefly, and we are glad that she has come. So Gayatri Virmani is an advocate practicing in the Supreme Court of India, Delhi High Court, district courts, tribunals, and commissions. Her practice areas primarily include criminal laws, constitutional laws, human rights. She has appeared before various courts, and she has authored several articles on issues concerning women and children, including POSCO, mandatory minimum sentence, death penalty, etc. And Ms. Virmani has also adjudged several international moot court competitions, and she is the vice president of WICCI Delhi Mediation and Dispute Resolution Council. So before you go for your arbitration, Gayatri, please address our participants.
Certainly. Thank you, Dr. Tyagi. And Dr. Dr. Jaiswal, she gave a very informative overview of our constitutional values. I'd like to throw some light on one of those constitutional values, that is socialism, democratic socialism. So socialism, briefly speaking, and I will not go into the theoretical aspect of it much because all of you are academicians here. You can go back, read it for yourself. I will attempt to explain what democratic socialism is from a practical point of view and what type of socialism existed when we gained independence versus what exists now. So socialism, briefly in one line, is the community ownership of means of production. What do I mean by means of production? Of land, of capital, of labor, and other natural resources. So these are our means of production. Now, as pointed out by Dr. Jaiswal, the word socialist, when we became independent in 1950, it did not find the words socialist and secular were not incorporated in the preamble. They were introduced much later in 1976 via 42nd Amendment. Now, why was that necessary in the first place? When we became independent, even though the word socialist was not included in the constitution, the nature of our economy was we were very much a socialist nation, even at the time of independence. However, and that comes from the fact that we got the word socialist into our constitution for two reasons. Firstly, we had abolished the zamindari system. And secondly, the Britishers, when we gained independence from Britishers, so we were going to portray that we were now an independent nation and that we could take care of ourselves, of our people, and through social welfare schemes. This was one of the reasons. And what we attempted to achieve by this, we attempted to achieve we wanted to eliminate inequality in income. We wanted to improve the standard of living of our people. We wanted to eliminate disease, illness. We wanted to provide a decent standard of living for our citizens. So all of this, even though at the time of at the time of independence, we endeavored to do this, but by adding these two words specifically, and of course, with the help of our fundamental rights, Articles 14 to 19, and the directive principles of state policy, Article 39, we carved a straight path for ourselves towards becoming a socialist nation. Now, I just want to briefly throw some light on what socialism was when at the time of independence. So firstly, in 1976, that is. So 1970s, 1969 to be precise, Indira Gandhi, she introduced bank nationalization. So that was an era wherein the government believed, our state believed that everything should be state owned. That all the resources, it will be best if we are the ones, and the government is the one who is sort of developing every sector. For example, Air India, BSNL, MTNL, the telecommunications, all of these were state-owned entities. And however, now when we think back, that actually failed. Many years down the line, we realized that approach was not correct, even though it was a socialist approach, but it miserably failed. This was 1970s. 1980s, we opened our doors to privatization, to liberalization, and and finally in 1990s, with the advent of the new economic policy, we welcomed private players and said, you join us, you help us develop our nation. Now, does that mean that we were not a socialist country by inviting private players? Absolutely not. We were still a very much a socialist country. I'll explain how in some time. So this benefited both. This put India now on a global map. We eased our markets. We gave free access to our markets. And of course, India, as we all know, even Britishers called us the Sone ki Chidiya for a reason. For a reason that our natural resources are abundant, we have a huge landmass, and third, and most importantly, it is our the population, our workforce, which favors us.
Actually, maybe you can wind up in 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll attempt to, yes. So this is how being a socialist nation helped us. I will directly, since there's paucity of time, I will directly come to the practical examples to explain how socialism works. For that, I will first give an example of how a capitalist country works. The USA is the epitome of a capitalist country. The healthcare system there, the social security benefits are nowhere close to what we Indians get in our country. For example, Amazon some time back was to set up, invited bids to set up a second headquarters. 200 cities gave their proposals, giving them the best proposals to come. And now, what benefit that city would get? That will create employment. That will add to the scientific sort of structure in that city. Now, even though Dakota, one of the cities in US, was more in need of such a development, however, Virginia was the state who got the contract. Why? And that was a very influential state back then, also still is. It did not require, it did not really need that. Now, why Amazon gave it to them? Because they provided better sort of tax exemptions, and there was greater the intelligent workforce, I would say. So there were a lot of factors for why Virginia was given, and here Amazon could actually exercise its monopoly. It is a private company. It does not have to really think about social benefits or how opening a second headquarters in a particular city or state will affect people there. It really didn't have to think about all of that. It could do whatever it wanted to.
Another 2 minutes, if you can wind up. Yeah.
Right. So briefly, I'd like to just give practical examples of what socialism currently is. Currently, as pointed out by Dr. Jaiswal, we are a mixed economy. We are not a socialist country, even though per se in theory in our preamble it says we are a socialist country, and we are definitely not a capitalist country. So one of my cases, there was this irrigation project in Karnataka, and there is a government company by the name of KNNL, which is Karnataka Niravari Nigam Limited. Now, Karnataka is a beautiful state, and 7 rivers flow through that state, which means there is a very high potential for tapping the resources of that river for irrigation, for production of electricity, you name it. This particular case, it was for the purpose of irrigation for helping the farmers. Now, the government here, the state government thought, we can make canals, we can develop them, but 10 years, 20 years down the line, will be required to maintain them also. So there is going to be a lot more expenditure if we do it ourselves. They gave the contracts out to subcontractors with a clause in the contract specifically stating that wherever you develop the canal, you are supposed to take on board and give employment to the locals there. Now, this is how social state, being on a backbencher, it just played a supervisory role here. It set out norms and guidelines for what that company is supposed to do. And by doing so, it saved expenses on itself. Had it employed its own employees, I mean, government employees, they are...
I think we are a little short of time, if you can just find that.
Okay, all right. So, so in this manner, this is one of the matters I did when this irrigation project was given out, and it was a very good example of how socialism works in current times. One last example I'd really like to point out here is healthcare. What happened during COVID? We are, as a socialist nation, we sailed through. However, there were several articles saying there were, so many people were affected because of COVID-19 in our country. But considering that population, that was a very minuscule number as compared to another country like US, wherein people were dying mainly because they could not afford healthcare. That was never the case with us. Why? Because ours is a socialist nation. So, and one last thing I'd like to point out is how in current times the public and private work hand in hand. Geo is an excellent example of capitalism done right. Had government, our central government taken up the job of providing internet at such a low cost to masses, to citizens of India, firstly, it could not have possibly done that because it did not have that, possess that scientific infrastructure required to build such a technology at such cheap prices. And what Geo has done has brought about a revolution of sorts in our country. Why everybody today uses Paytm? Paytm is something, or for that matter, UPI is only it's indigenous to our country. You go to other countries, they do not have a system wherein you can just make payments through your phones. And this is something, in fact, a recent visit, I think last year, Bill and Melinda Gates visited India, wherein they observed this in Delhi only in a small pawn shop. They observed that they were accepting payments through something called Paytm. They just scan a QR code, make 20 rupees payment.
You will need to wind up because we also have
right.
Srivastava waiting and you have your application. So if you can just continue.
Right.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
So yes, just to conclude, I'd like to say one line here. If socialism in present times, at least in India, is the government plays a supervisory role. It focuses on economic welfare and leaves the economic growth to private players, at the same time ensuring social benefits to its people. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. We would have loved to hear you more. You have an arbitration going on. But thank you so much for your views. And we hope you will be associated with, Amity Law School and come and speak to our students and speak to our participants. So great having you around.
Thank you, Ms. Gayatri. Such a wonderful, because in a very crisp manner, you have sent a message, which is, I believe, would be understood by all the participants. So thank you so very much for coming and waiting long for this. I am really grateful on behalf of the Amity Law School, Noida and Amity University, and certainly we would be inviting you on other platform in a physical mode as well. Thank you so much for coming and sparing time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our very next guest of honor is esteemed and distinguished Professor Dr. S.P. Srivastava sir. Dr. Sanjay Prakash Srivastava sir is Head and Dean of School of Law and Governance, Central University, South Bihar, Gaya. Sir's areas of specialization are public policy and quality and of justice, intellectual property law, competition law, cyber law, and law and governance. He has published extensively in the field of intellectual property law, administrative law, cyber law, and human rights in reputed national and international law journals. He has also recently authored a book entitled Patenting of Biotechnological Inventions in India. He has also authored books on laws relating to patents and legal methods, and has presented several research papers in national and international seminars and conferences. Sir is also currently serving as the member of editorial boards of various reputed national and international journals. We kindly request Sir to address the participants.
Thank you. Is it audible?
Absolutely, sir. You are audible. We can hear you.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. Thank you, Dr. Smita. First of all, thank you for inviting me. Let me begin with the one statement. If everyone thinks reasonably and acts rationally, there is no need of binding one's behavior. But majority of us will agree that it is necessary to control human behavior because humanity as a whole is not governed by reason. In this background, let me begin the today's lecture where there are 4 component constitutional values. Then the second component is the humanitarian values. Third is the social welfare. And the fourth one is the challenges which we are going to focus. Now, first of all, it is wise to remember the words of Dr. Ambedkar in the Constituent Assembly on 25th November 1949. I quote, Dr. Ambedkar said, I shall not therefore enter into the merits of the Constitution because I feel however good a Constitution may be, it is sure to turn out bad because those who are called to work it happen to be bad a lot. However bad a Constitution may be, it may turn out to be good if those who are called to work it happen to be good a lot. The working of Constitution does not depend wholly upon the nature of Constitution. The Constitution can provide only the organs of the state, such as the legislature, the executive, and judiciary. The factors on which the working of those organs of the state depend are the people and the political parties they will set up as their instrument to carry out their wishes and their politics. I unquote. In the backdrop of the statement of Dr. Ambedkar, we need to look at what we have created and what is the significance of today's topic. Let me begin with one of the mandates of the new education policy. The new education policy mandates that in every institution, an effort should be made inculcating the constitutional values in every student of India and every citizen of India. Now, why it is required? We need to understand what we have created. What is the guiding principles of the humanitarianism? What is the guiding principles of the Constitution of India? The first and foremost guiding principles for every individual, which is enshrined in the principles of humanitarianism, which is incorporated in our Constitution, that is individuality. I respect your individuality, you respect my individuality. Second, if you look at the humanitarian approach, humanity. The humanitarian approach, humanity requires what? That treat every individual what they are and give respect to them. Impartiality and voluntary service, universality. And if you come to the Constitution of India, what are the guiding principles of the Constitution of India? We find that our Constitution of India starts with the principles of that this Constitution is made by whom? We the people of India. We the people of India, when we say that we are focusing on the individual and collective coexistence of the every individual. And for securing that, we talk about the justice to the social, to the every individual, social, economic, and political justice. Now, in this background, if you look at the things that in the very beginning of the preamble of the Constitution, we talked about securing justice to every individual, to every us, for every people of this country. And in this backdrop, you look at that we have taken initiatives and casting duty on every individual by twofold. Not only we have said that we are intended to secure justice, we are intended to secure liberty for everybody, we are intended to provide brotherhood to every individual of this nation. We have designed and devised mechanism there too also. And you'll find that the part third of the Constitution of India, through fundamental rights, we have taken initiatives, a number of legislations have been made, and along with this, we have casted fundamental duties and to regulate the work of the organs of the through Constitution. What we have done, we have conceived an idea of the constitutional morality, which is reflected through the various judgments, and where it has been required even that the judiciary, while working, are applying the principles of this Constitution, will take into consideration that every judgment which they are going to deliver through the application of constitutional morality. And if you go ahead and if you look at the things further, what we find that we have incorporated under directive principles of state policy the two articles I'd refer to and I'd like to refer. The first is the Article 39B, where we have conceived an idea of what the natural resources should be used to serve the interest of every individual. And then if you go to the 39C, that we have conceived how we are going to secure the socialism, that states shall take endeavor to eliminate economic concentration. Now, in this backdrop, if you analyze the whole of the Constitution of India, you'll find that we have tried to borrow and include whatever best, and we are working on the principles of the Sarve Bhavantu Sukhna, Sarve Santu Niramya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyanthu. Now, in this, this philosophy can be ensured. Two things in today's lecture I'm going to focus. One is that the concept of complete justice, which is one of the unique features of the Constitution of India, which is you're not going to find in every constitution, and which is basically taken into consideration even if the things are not covered, the equity and justice should be done to everybody. And if you look at the things here, what we are trying to do, majority of judgment, which is perhaps may not be liked by the political parties, perhaps may not be liked by the society, but what we have done, we have tried to do justice for everybody under the Article 142 of the Constitution that I'm going to talk, the doctrine of complete justice. And the second, which is the most debatable topic today, is the concept of the constitutional morality. Because many times you'll find when we drafted the Constitution, the society have its own values and morality, and it is a debatable topic whether the society should be governed by the social morality, public morality, or should it be by the constitutional morality. And considering that even the judges should also be controlled and they should be restrained, coexistence and restraint should be worked together. That is why, and to bring everybody whosoever is residing in India, that they are the part and parcel of this Constitution of India. They have created this Constitution of India. A mechanism today is being devised that in every institution we are going to teach you that you consider you are the part of this, and the liberty does not mean that you have a liberty of, as madam said, of your own decision. Liberty here is in the sense of participation also, that whatever the policy is going to be made in the process of making of those policy, you are going to participate and you have a role to frame those things. In this backdrop, first of all, let me begin you with what is the constitutional morality. Look at here that we have created a concept of constitutional morality. For what reason? This constitution needs to be understood that every work, every individual, even the executive and the policy maker and the judiciary, while rendering the justice, should take into consideration of to what a first and foremost feature, commitment to inclusive and democratic political process. That whatever and whenever you are deciding any things, you must take into consideration not the individual interest only, coexisting interest, and try to include interest of try to make this society an inclusive society. Then if you look at the things, another important aspect of constitutional morality, that while delivering judgment, while implementing the constitution, while focusing on any dispute, the individual as well as collective interest needs to be protected, and a clear-cut duty has been casted even on the judiciary and judges, that you have to bow down to the norms of the constitution. More so ever, this constitutional morality tries to limit the power of the government by putting a restriction that they are not free to claim anything as and what they want to decide. It is a tool to limit the arbitrariness and interfere the powers of the government that is intended by this. And the most important aspect of this constitutional morality, which needs to be understood by each and every individual, that look at here, that this intends to create a limited government governed by the principles of rule of law, where the government is not free to decide and make a policy as per their own choice. They have to take into consideration the spirit of the preamble of this country, the spirit of the preamble of the Constitution of India. And the spirit of the preamble of the Constitution of India, when I refer, then we have to remember that it is an organic constitution, and which believes that the democracy is the essential feature of this country, and it is unassailable. And our responsibility is to do what? To educate the every people about the constitutional features, and we need to uphold the constitutionalism above social morality. And we have to protect the constitutional morality by allowing constitutional principles to govern the court's judgment rather than the popular morality while reading the Constitution. This I would like to refer, look at here, start from the latest judgment of this year, the Silpa Salis versus Varun Srinivasan, which was delivered in the month of May, on 1st of May 2023. If you go through the Silpa Srinivasan, before this judgment, there were a lot of confusion whether we have a power to go beyond what is given in the statute in the Constitution or not. And Silpa Srinivasan, the Honorable Supreme Court of India, have through its bench laid down that the section 13B of the Hindu Marriage Act, can be waived or reduced by this court in exercise of its jurisdiction under Article 142 of the Constitution. Now look at here, when we make policy in the backdrop of the situation and the society where we are. But gradually in the process of implementation, many times some aberration may arise, or it may create certain difficulty and protecting the some individual interest and but going against the social values of coexistence. And that is why when I say the organic nature of this constitution, we need to remember that many a time the Honorable Supreme Court of India have said what is illegitimate in the past may be legitimate today, and we need to remember the jurist Roscoe Pond, the law is an instrument of social engineering. Now, in this backdrop, what is important is that many a time we consider things as per our own social and cultural values, and this social values creates a lot of difficulty. The constitutional framework have intended to do justice for everybody. The constitution framers have intended to ensure when they say justice, they not only substantive justice, they were intended for procedural justice, and under procedural justice they were willing to ensure for every individual the four principles of procedural justice: fairness, impartiality, giving bias, and transparency. And you can see the Article 19, you can see the application of natural justice, you can see the number of judgment where the Honorable Court says justice should not be done, appears to be done. But here, before I go for how it has been implemented, refer the important cases and the things we need to understand one thing. See that when the power has been given and when it has been implemented, a number of challenges appears in the process of implementation, and here I would like to refer the challenges into the four category of glass ceilings. All and why this glass ceiling needs to be. Like if you look at the concept of glass ceiling, I'm not referring the challenges, rather I'm borrowing the concept of glass ceiling, which is basically used in the commercial world, where on the basis of gender superiority, you'll find that many times women have been deprived. You'll find lesser women at the top, or on the basis of the religious superiority, on the basis of a claim of the minorities and the inferior minority or majority rights, or on the basis of a certain kind of the prejudices, you create inhibitions. Now this is to remove this glass ceiling of gender, glass ceiling of minority, majority, glass ceiling of religion. We need to devise a mechanism where not merely that you are delivering a social justice, you are providing option of access to justice, availability of justice, or affordability of justice. You are also ensuring the and incorporating in your working the principles of procedural justice in your conduct. Now, when I say the procedural justice, it is not only with respect to the court only. I'm concerned with that the responsibility of every individual who has to uphold the constitutional morality. Now, how it could be? Educating the people on the significance. And this is the process which we are doing. And this is the process through the Guru Dakshita, the Amity University is trying to ensure. It is not only that you are aware about the certain principle. You are following the principles, you are practicing the principle. How? If anywhere in any place you find that the principles are not being followed, then non-constitutional practices should be criticized, and you should speak out against any conduct which you believe is against the constitutional morality. Your function is a defender of constitutional ideals by defying the tradition and seizing the morals high ground. Now here, if you look at the judgment of now Tej, if you look at the Naj Foundation, if you look at the judgment given by the Honorable Supreme Court with respect to the persons who have killed Rajiv Gandhi, there are a number of judgments where our social morality works as a glass ceiling, that you have your own social morality, and you'll find that that social morality works in such an effective manner many a times that you are trying to ignore, and many a times even the learned people who claim the learned speaks against the constitutional morality and the mandates of the constitution, whether it is a laws relating to the succession rights to the women, whether it's a question of a liberty to every, or whether it is a treating treating and giving equal opportunity to every individual in terms of the bias. And you'll find that this has entered into the form of a ceiling where elite institutionalism allegations are made by the certain jurists and certain professor, like that we are claiming that there are retired Supreme Court judges who claims that the institutions or the judiciary is for the richer class. Now, our duty is as a member and the citizen of this country to ensure and perform or conduct in such a manner that everybody has an option and everybody the right which they get in the form of 191A, they are going to exercise. And then after, the third glass ceiling which is important here is that the prejudice attitude to the prestige of law. Now look at here that what respect we are giving to the institution and the conduct of the institution. It should be viewed above the individual interest. Many times that you'll find that we have a double standard in terms of the respect of law, and the prestige of law is going to be only when you respect the law, not because that it is a sanction there. You respect law that it is for the purpose of creating a society, ardent moral society where the values are reflected in the conduct of every individual. Now, in this backdrop, if you look at the things, what is important is that some of the judgment here I'd like to quote, which is important for all of us. Like if you look at that, the one of the judgment given by Honorable Supreme Court with respect to election, it was Manoj Narula versus Union of India. The Manoj Narula versus Union of India, it is not an election and the political parties. The mandate given there is a very important. The court, while giving the observation, made a remark that we will advise the Prime Minister that while choosing the person in the Council of Ministers, they should try to choose those persons against whom no criminal charges have been framed. Now look at here, this judgment of constitutional morality or the relation to the political parties is going to work that we have under the qualification. We said that a pause in qualification when the People's Representation Act, the Election Commission have to monitor and frame the policy, that they have to frame a policy that the person who are contesting not having the moral turpitude, they are not involved in a moral turpitude or any offenses. Despite this fact that this rule is there, despite this fact the Manoj Narula judgment is there, if you look at the whole of the things, how it has been executed, you'll find that in each and every constituency, whether it's a member of assembly or the member of parliament, you'll find that the people who have a tinted background have won, and the people who claim about the values and the social values and the ethics have casted their vote on the basis.
Sir, we cannot hear you. We are not able to hear you.
Okay.
Now we can. Yes.
Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Now it's audible.
Okay. Now what I was referring the impact of Manoj Narula judgment. The Manoj Narula judgment and the constitutional principle enshrined there very categorically casted a duty on the Election Commission of India and the political parties. But this principles of the constitution, that there should be a who should represent you. They must be a man of a man who follow the values, whose life is filled with the morality, who believes in the constitutional morality, who respect the individuality as well as the coexistence. But this is not going to work, because this dream of the constitution framer is not going to work unless until every citizen of this country is going to follow and believe on those what is given there. You have to follow and imbibe in your conduct what is mandated in Manoj Narula. Then coming to the another judgment which I'd like to quote here, the judgment given this year by the Honorable Supreme Court, the judgment of Arup Bhuyan versus State of Assam Home Department, where the court opined that the placing reliance, therefore, on decision rendered in a distinct scenario, always and a demonstrably different constitutional position, that two almost singularly, especially in cases which involve consideration of national security and sovereignty, was not justified. Now, we need to understand this judgment delivered in the March in little detail, where on one person who was having the membership of the one band association, was the issue whether he merely on the basis of having an association of a membership of a band association, he should be punished or not. An earlier judgment before Arup Bhuyan, the Honorable Supreme Court has acquitted, and that until you have taken certain steps and whereby you have put the created a danger for the international security and integrity of this nation, you should not be punished. And those judgments have been given in the backdrop of the many judgments of the United States of America. Now, when this judgment has come, you'll find that the whole of a lot of people are favor and against the things. And there, what I need to quote, when many times I say that this constitution and constitutional values need to be analyzed from the point of view of that social morality should not govern the constitutional morality. The individual morality should not govern the constitutional morality. And that whatever you or one group of people considered illegitimate cannot be a guiding principle for each and every individual of the society. And while applying this, we need to remember what is observed by the Honorable Supreme Court in the judgment of the Ram Janmabhoomi. In the judgment of Ram Janmabhoomi, the Honorable Justice said it is necessary for doing complete justice, which is of a wide amplitude and encompasses a power of equity, which is implied when the strict application of law is inadequate to produce a just outcome. The demand of justice requires a close attention not just to positive law, but also to the Constitution of Bangladesh and Nepal. And we need to take inspiration in this manner, that see that it is not only the what is the Constitution has mandated or what is the nature of the dispute. We have to take into consideration that the harmony and brotherhood remains at the forefront of the judgment. And you'll find in the Ram Janmabhoomi judgment, when the Honorable Supreme Court have delivered the judgment, they have just delivered judgment for construction of Ram Janmabhoomi. At the same time, for the maintaining the harmony, a land has been allocated to the Muslim for construction of mosque. Now, when we look at the social moral, constitutional morality, when you are exercising or using the complete justice concept, we need to remember the Sabrimala judgment. That is, that sometimes you may require to bypass the doctrine of essentiality to uphold the constitutional morality. And we need to also remember the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi case, where the Honorable Supreme Court proclaimed constitutional morality as a governing ideas that highlight the need to preserve the trust of people in the institution of democracy. Now, when I say the trust of people in the institution of democracy, many of the judgments, starting from the Rajnarayan till today, you'll find that the Honorable Supreme Court is emphasizing that it's the basic structure. And now, even the legislature, while framing the things, they need to take into consideration that they should not make the legislation on the basis of the political ideology. They need to make a legislation, they need to govern this nation in the principles of war, in the principles of that the liberty, where the principles of liberty is not liberty of ideology. The principle of liberty is the three Shakti, which talked by the Kautilya, that we the people of India have drafted this constitution, and we the people of India have a duty to participate in the process of making of this legislation. And under this whole of this exercise of the Guru Dakshita, which I'm talking, needs to be looked at, and we need to remember the mandate which is given by Honorable Supreme Court, that in the case of DDA versus keeper construction, then what is that? It is prudent to leave the power undefined and uncut lag, so that it remains sufficiently elastic to be shaped according to situation. Remember, the certain guidelines have been made. You have been given the life and personal liberty. You have a right to privacy, but the right to privacy, you have so many rights, but rights needs to be understood in the manner that our rights are subject to the others' rights. And our rights, no rights can survive and cannot be executed effectively unless and until you are going to follow the duties. It is legitimacy of the claim depends upon the performance of the duty, and unless and until you are performing your duty, nothing could be seen, or the whatever idea is given by Honorable Dr. Ambedkar, that the howsoever good the constitution may be, those who are executing, those who are working for this constitution, if they do not understand and respect the spirit of the constitution, it is going to be useless. In this backdrop, I'll just conclude by referring the Supreme Court Bar Association case, which was given that this constitution, Article 42, or the concept of complete justice is supplementary in nature and could not be used to supplant or override a substantive law and build a new edifice where none existed earlier. But at the same time, we need to remember that the duty of every individual is what? Identifying the meaning and bounds of these constitutional values and apply and live those values in your life. Committing to the ideals is necessary for every citizen, and for us, the way forward should be only when we are going to live our life with the values which has been enshrined in the constitution, with a philosophy of three things, that is respect, fairness, and giving bias to every individual. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. I hope that I have completed within a limited time.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Srivastava. Wonderful deliberations and very good viewpoint. Your own viewpoint, your own thinking has been deliberated well here. So thank you so very much. And yes, within the time frame, but this topic needs more and more deliberation. Certainly, there is we cannot put some stop or the full stop here. But certainly, we would be going in a further on some other.
It needs at least not less than 2-3 hours.
Yes, it is a continuous, as Nishta ma'am also said, this is a continuous kind of that. It is the continuous significance of this area to speak on. So thank you so very much. In a very limited time, you have covered up many of the aspects, many of the key points you have covered up. So thank you so much for coming. And now over to Smita for further thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, Professor Dr. Srivastava, for coming and giving this wonderful lecture. We are really honored, and we hope that you will continue to associate with MIT Law School.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, Dr. Shefali ma'am, we have now ended the inaugural and opening session. So can I proceed to ask Nidhi ma'am to give the vote of thanks?
No, I think Sinha sir has joined. Okay. So Sinha sir can be requested to continue with it. Afterwards, you just, after his deliberation, you please say the vote of thanks. I think sir is very much there.
He's not here. He's not here.
He's not here. So can you call him? What time he would be joining? Then accordingly, we will move further.
We are just calling him. He will be joining.
If he wants to join immediately, please request him to join immediately afterwards. Vote of thanks will be done.
Yes, ma'am. Sir, join कर रहे हैं.
After Sinha sir's address,
yes,
we will close this particular session. So
yes,
I think I can request even Chairman sir would be joining during his lecture.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, sir has joined.
Okay. Sinha sir, welcome. Welcome on this platform. Though we are a little bit late, but request you please carry on. I would also inform the chairman, sir. He would be joining your session. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation. And obviously, we always look forward to hear from you, especially, and this is the area. I believe last time also you have given a very good inputs. Last FDP also last year it happened. So wonderful speech and address from your side. So this time also we were wanting you to accept, and certainly we are thankful and obliged to you. You have accepted our invitation and waited a lot. So thank you so very much. And sir, please.
Yes.
So I
Looking
think I'll
forward to it.
finish before 1:30.
Yes.
And Srivastav sir is there also. So good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Smita and Nidhi, everyone. Good
Good
morning.
morning, sir. Just to give your introduction, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha is director of the Indian Law Institute. He completed his PhD in international law from Jawaharlal Nehru University, LLM in international human rights law from the University of Nottingham, and LLB from University of Delhi. He has authored and edited number of books till date. These books broadly cover all aspects related with human rights, refugee law, international humanitarian and constitutional law. His writings on international law,
Smita, I think it's sufficient. Like,
Thank you, sir.
kindly
Thank you,
allow
sir.
me to go
Thank
on.
you, sir.
I
Please.
think.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for thinking about and introducing me. But I believe now I don't have much to say because what I heard in the madam in the morning, and then of course Professor Srivastav and other persons. So I was thinking how to structure my talk, which may give something new to the participants, not become a prosaic, repetitive, and monotonous talk on the same topic, which is like, constitutional values. I had an opportunity to hear Professor Nishtha ma'am, and she has comprehensively covered, which I understood by the end of her discussion. But still, I'll try to attempt this particular program, topic in a different way, more in the human rights. So when we talk about, if I go on the broad theme, constitutional values, a forward to igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare. That is the broad theme of this particular discussion, and we have to focus. And when we talk about this, so we see that our preamble is like, constitutional value. The preamble is very important in that particular context. It expresses values such as sovereignty, socialism, secularism, democracy, republican character, and so on and so forth. And then we go into the part 3, part 4, and all the equality right starting from article 14 to 20, article 18. We'll leave it there. I'm not going on that right now. I'll come back and discuss a little bit later when I have some time to think about it. But I would like to start with the equality, then also fulfillment of the human rights. So constitutional values, if we say, it focuses most important on the its equality. It's most important on the equality part is there, and we have to see the real equality is there, because we are in the 21st centuries. And then what the vision of the constitution had in the 1950 or 1949 or 50 have significantly changed. What I keep on saying many occasions, so constitutional values is to work for the social welfare of the people, like, bringing equality, liberty, rule of law, and other aspects are there. The most important is there to end the deep inequalities which exist in this society. Deep inequalities which exist in this society. That is the most important factors in the constitutional values we look into. And in last 3 years, what we have seen, we have gone through a very different phase starting from the beginning of 2020, and now we are in the last 3 years. So this is a new phase. A constitutional interpretation has to, so this particular phase, particularly 2020, 21, and little bit on 2022, put lot of questions before us, lot of challenges before us, whether the constitutional values, whether the state was in a position to adhere to the strong constitutional values, whether the state was competent to take care of the social welfare of the people, whether state was adequate, state had adequate resources to take care of the health issues and other. So this is the new phase. So even a constitutional interpretation has to be done. Now we must add a new journey which we began after 2020 and 2022, end of the 22. Now things are much there, but it has given us more number of new development which becomes very important. And if I say that the COVID-19 crisis, and those are the points which subsequent speakers can also focus, the COVID-19 crisis and has resulted in number of aspects, like the number of aspects which has been brought. If COVID-19 situation we see, the first, it has deepening poverty. So poverty was always there, but it has also deepened the poverty. Poverty has gone much deeper compared to, so the more people were jobless and poverty become very. The first is the deepening poverty, that is the COVID-19, and then constitutional values has to be seen. The second is the rising inequalities. Because of a number of factors is rising inequalities. Third, which is very important, universal social protection or social welfare of the people. That is the third aspect we have there. Fourth, we have seen gaps in human rights protection. Gaps in human rights protection under there. We have also witnessed the gaps in implementation of social protection. The part 4 of the Constitution. We had issue with universal health care. And the most important, which is some way, the mechanism which are in the place, the mechanism which were in the place were not effective. So there is some way lack of effective implementation of constitutional values. Why I say this? This here, implementation. So when we talk about the human rights, we look into our constitutional values. We look into the state. State has a duty. It's not the court has a duty. State means Supreme Court of India and High Court of the the government. Sorry, the government of India has broader responsibility to. So the drafter of the Indian Constitution put a greater responsibility on the soldiers of the state. The state has to do everything. The state has a responsibility. Non-performance, non-implementation of policy, then people go to the court and court comes into the picture. That is the way. But what we see, when we look into, and this has been, and this can also be noted in the time of COVID-19. If many of you might have noted, there are number of cases were taken by the High Courts and Supreme Court of India, suo motu. They took suo motu number of cases. The two important cases which were taken in the 2021 and in 2020 itself, and then 2021. The 2020, the case was more on the admission in the hospital, and second aspect was on the disposal of dead body. This was taken by the Justice U. Lalit. And second, the suo motu case, which was taken by the Supreme Court by the Honorable Chief Justice, currently Chief Justice Chandrachud, on the aspect of delivery of oxygen. And second important was the second important aspect was the distribution of vaccine policy. That is there. So when we talk about the vaccine, so court took note of this. If you remember the entire exercise, the Supreme Court and even high courts number of high courts were also parallelly taking this kind of health issues were admitted by the Supreme Court of India and High Courts of the India and that particular. So we see implementation mechanism which existed, like which some way it misses, like, it had some gap in implementation of the constitutional goals, constitutional values, and particularly when we integrate this one with the right to health, we find very important. I would like to add here one point, which, like, Pratap Bhanu Mehta explains, and then he sees. So that's like, we always, as a law student, a law teacher, our discussion is more centered around the judgments, like, the part of the judgments of the Supreme Court and High Courts that become very integral part is there. But when we teach the human rights, the Constitution also, or preamble, part 3 of the Constitution, part 4 of the Constitution, and that is why the Article 37, what I'm trying to emphasize, that greater responsibility on the state. So we have to also look into the how states are implementing the human rights, or part 3 of the Constitution and part 4 of the Constitution. For implementation, one should not go to the court for every rights, and you go to the court passes a decision, because we have no option. And even court or honorable courts have mentioned, it's a failure of the executive. It's a non-implementation of the policies. So court enters in that. Even court is very careful about the separation of power which exists in the system. But when the court observes that things are not moving, which executive is supposed to do, that court enters into that particular time. Here I would like to read what Bhanu Pratap. So some people see, we always talk about the public interest litigation, but we need to focus on his point, how he has also interpreted the power, like the how court has assumed extraordinary power, and that I'm going to read. As Pratap Bhanu Mehta, he explains, and he says, in public interest litigation cases, the court relaxes normal requirements of standing and pleading. So, like, the concept of locus standi, what has been diluted by which requires, so then he says the court relaxes the normal requirements of standing and pleading, which requires the litigation be praised by a directly affected party or parties. The public interest litigation, what it has done, it is not necessary whether you are directly affected or not affected. It has diluted the concept of locus standi. The court is not asking you how it has affected you. So a public spirited individual can go to the court on behalf of anybody. Non-governmental organization can go on behalf. So that significant changes has been. So he said, so be praised by directly affected party or parties, and instead allows anyone to approach it seeking correction of alleged evil or injustice. So public interest, so it allows everyone, what I have said already. So you all are familiar, I don't need to go much on that. Such cases also typically, then he goes further, such cases also typically involve the abandonment of adversarial fact-finding in favor of court-appointed investigative and monitoring commissions. So say the court assumes everything, and then process is there. And then he says that is very important. Finally, in PIL matters, the court has expanded its own powers. So that is the thrust, he said. The court has expanded its own power. The point that it sometimes takes control over the operation of executive agencies, So this is the, his argument, and some way I agree. But I believe that court comes into picture when the executives are not doing their job in a proper manner, and there is a need to intervene. There is a need to immediate intervention by a proper institution, and code does that one. So that's a perfectly acceptable, and we find it's very interesting. The two other points which I have, and then I'll come to the another in this context, which I would like to take you to the books written by the John Rawls. John Rawls, that is, I thought we will discuss a little bit when we talk about the constitutional values. So John Rawls talks about the strengthening of social and economical institution. So we said, in a society there may be inequality, which he had justified through the difference principle, but he has also focused on the strengthening of social and economic institutions locally. Why I'm bringing John Rawls and particularly his writings, A Theory of Justice, because we are today, our constitution has to be also seen in a broader context. Our constitutional values has to be evaluated in the global constitutional values, global constitution in the and when we talk about the global constitutional values, it comes in the context of fundamental rights and directive principles of state policy. So, and that is the reason I thought I'll bring some of the points. So the most important point, what he says, he talks about the strengthening of social and economic institution within a state. He did not talk about. So, so he wrote a book, A Theory of Justice, in 1971, and very interesting book. And most important point in Theory of Justice. So what we see today, we have scholars. Scholars are known as those who support some kind of global system. They believe in the global system, and they believe that we all are interconnected because of the technological development, because of the communication, because of the trade. We all are connected. So we as an individual are not the citizen of a particular state. We are citizen of the world, which was thought about long time back. Immanuel Kant spoke about global citizen. All those who support the argument of globalization are known as cosmopolitans. They are known as cosmopolitans. They believe in, and they argue for some kind of a global system to address global constitutional values. So even so how we have to help each other, that is very important there. And all cosmopolitans, their starting point, they build up their argument with the help of writings of John Rawls. John Rawls himself has never argued in the global context. He always focused on the more in American context. He said he argued, but fortunately the other scholars, cosmopolitans, they build up their argument with the help of the writing of the Theory of Justice or Global Justice by the John Rawls there. So John Rawls says in his book, he says the general conception of justice. He says the general conception of justice as fairness. So he says justice as fairness, and he says his justice as fairness consists of a single central idea. He said it consists of single central idea. So justice as fairness, it consists of a single central idea. And what is single central idea? Which he says, all social primary goods, liberty and opportunity, all social primary goods, liberty and opportunity, income and wealth, and the basis of self-respect are to be distributed equally. What we are, Article 40, are to be distributed. So what it says, single central idea that all social primary goods, that liberty and opportunity, आपको constitution में liberty की बात है, preamble में हमारी बात होती, then income and wealth and the basis of self-respect are to be distributed equally unless an unequal distribution of any or all of the goods is to the advantage of the least favored. So there is a possibility of some kind of unequal distribution, but if it's going to benefit the least advantaged people, the disadvantaged people, weaker sections of the society is there. Otherwise, all social primary goods have to be distributed equally. And that is our constitution also. When we talk about the preamble, justice, social, economic, political, liberty, fraternity, equality, we all see that, that has to be equal distribution is there. His one central, this position, this general conception is further developed into two principles. That is into two principles. The first is, so this is the single central idea, subsequently into two developed into two principles. The first, the principle of equal liberty, the principle of equal liberty. And the second, difference principle, the principle of equal liberty. And second is the difference principle. He spoke about that. And he says in the first principle is equal liberty. So equal liberty, how he defines? He says each person is to have an equal right. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of equal basic liberties compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. So this is the first principle is there. Second principle, which is popularly known as a difference principle. Difference principle is there. And there he says, social and economic inequalities are to be arranged. So he says that there may be possibilities. So if we all are teaching here, coming as there, so there may be a distinction in earning. A person who goes to the college, university, and education, his earning may be different, higher than compared to a person who works in a manual work, unorganized sector. There may be a difference. So he said that there's a justification. He tried to justify. He says that social and economic inequalities are to be arranged. So that they are both he says, reasonably expected to be everyone's advantage. Reasonably expected to be everyone's advantage. And second, he talks about attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. So these are these points which if we correlate, you try to fit in with the constitutional preamble and the part 4 of the constitution, you find there are a lot of things can be modified. And most important point which he has emphasized on the strengthening of social and economic institution and domestically. The second point with the John Rawls, though he never spoke about the globalization, he never spoke about the state in the relationship between the states or among the states. However, in his subsequent writings, he suggested, which is the law of peoples, the law of peoples in there, he divided the society in 4 or 5 manners. And there he said, there is a responsibility of decent hierarchical society. Decent, so he he said decent society, decent hierarchical society, outlaw states, benevolent societies, benevolent absolutism. So he said there is a decent hierarchical society has a responsibility to help the burden states. If states are weak, states are having a problem or some kind of economic, so some way he also spoke about the global constitutional values, helping or global distributive justice. He also supported, which cosmopolitans argue, that global basic structure, the some way he also supported on that particular part. So I end here. I'm not going, John Rawls, I just wanted this is central idea, single central point idea that all wealth, income, that should be distributed equally. The second point, and the second point he has spoke about the difference principle and equality. So that's, and so now I go to the another important, which scholars and when we, which will also change our understanding when we talk about the nature of fundamental duties under the Constitution. When we look into the fundamental duties, and then another important scholar, Professor Henry Sewell. So I suggest somebody if you have time, you read his writing. Professor Henry Shue, S-H-E-N-R-Y, Henry Shue, S-H-U-E. He argues that there are he argues that there are three duties interlinked with basic rights. So he says that there are three duties interlinked with the basic rights which are important to be performed in order to respect any right. So he says, Professor Henry Shue, who wrote a book on the basic rights, and there he's argued that there are three duties interlinked with basic rights which are important to be performed in order to respect any right, which includes, and then he says, what are the three duties interlinked with the basic rights? And the first, he says, the duty to avoid. So he says, we have a duty to avoid. So the fundamental duties, when we talk about, we have 11 fundamental duties. So what he says, the duty to avoid. So what the duty to avoid? He says, depriving people of the right. So he says, the first duty as an individual, the duty to avoid depriving people of the right. Like, if landlord is there and the property is there, so there may be denial of some of the enjoyment of rights. So he talks about, we have a duty to avoid the depriving people of the right. The second point, he says, the second duties that comes to us, the duty to protect. So duty to avoid, duty to protect people from being deprived of rights. So when we protect ki baat, when we talk, we think a state has an obligation. A state has to protect. A state should take an appropriate measures or steps not to allow anyone to infringe our fundamental rights. So when we talk about who will protect our rights, who will protect the constitutional right, the state will protect the constitutional rights. And there he says, you have also equal some role, the duty to protect people from being deprived of rights. So you have to protect. So we also play important. And the last, which is also very much integral part of the this constitutional values, the duty to aid those who have been deprived. The duty, so like assistance, some kind of assistance. Why we all have to work towards the assisting people who has been denied, who is struggling for a particular rights. That is the so three important rights which Henry Shue has mentioned: the duty to avoid, one, the duty to protect, and duty to aid. Aid means the persons who have been deprived of certain things, or that is there. So this is the Henry Shue. So that is why, why I'm bringing these 2-3 concepts before you, that will change our understanding of the constitutional values, and particularly in the 21st century, what we have been seeing, the changes which we are witnessing in there. Now come to the important section, and there I'll see again, we'll see then when we look into the constitutional values, we consider preamble is our opening. Preamble is the main, where we see all the thrust of the constitutional values. Preamble is a key opening and exploring the essence of our constitution, and expresses values such as sovereignty, socialism, secularism, sovereignty, secularism, socialism, democratic republic, justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, human dignity in there. So you see, we take with the one point, the socialism. The first is we take about the socialism. And what, the point which I started in my talk in the beginning, what I have said. So when we look into the constitution, it says, we the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic. As you are aware, this initially it was only sovereign democratic republic. In the original constitution, it was in the preamble sovereign democratic republic, which was substituted by the 42nd Constitution Amendment, and introduced the two words socialist, secular there. So initially we had only sovereign democratic republic. The 42nd Constitutional Amendment has added the word most important word, two important words, socialist and secularism. When we talk about the secularism, it has been nicely elaborated and developed in the case of S.R. Bommai versus Union of India in 1994, where India is like secular state that has been much elaborated. When we talk about this socialism, and there I have the first so preamble is a part of the, it expresses constitutional values. If you look into then justice, liberty, equality, fraternity, so it expresses constitutional values, and that is reflected in the part 3 and part 4 of the Constitution. When we look into the first, we are not going into the sovereignty, but socialism. So we have been taught, particularly we have been, India is follow the socialist model, or we have welfare state. The concept is the welfare state. So the welfare state has to take care of everything. And when we talk about the welfare, so state has to take appropriate measures to fulfilling our rights, which can be clubbed more and under the part 4 of the Constitution, or maybe also called as a rights, economic, social, and cultural rights. What we talk about, the most important right. So 21st centuries is the era in a year, is a century where focus is more on the economic, social, and cultural rights. It has also closed the debate, the distinction which exists in the Constitution, particularly part 3 of the Constitution and part 4 of the Constitution. Of course, our judicial system, our court, has almost closed that distinction. They said there is no distinction between part 3 of the Constitution and part 4 of the Constitution. Court looks into more an integrated approach. They see the court looks into the preamble, then Constitution, part 3 of the Constitution and part 4 of the Constitution as a single unit, though the distinction is still technically exists under the Constitution. But approach of the court had changed significantly, and that happened both places, globally and locally. Globally and locally, we have seen that change has occurred. What I mean when we talk about the globally when we see, so we'll devote some time in the globally, when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in 1948. And many of you are well aware that Universal Declaration of Human Rights did not make any distinction. And this is the time when our Constitution was also on the way of completing, drafting process was going on the same time when Universal Declaration of Human Rights was drafted and adopted. As a student of law, or even the Constitution law and human rights law, you can draw a parallel between the Declaration and our Constitution. But what you cannot find in the, what you notice in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there was no distinction. There was no distinction between the rights. So if you read the article 3 to 21 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, it talks about the civil and political rights, more or less what we have part 3 of the Constitution. And then article 22 to 27, which you have, it talks about economic, social, and cultural rights. But there is no distinction. The implementation emphasis was same for the civil and political. So the journey of global, or codification of global human rights, began with an understanding that rights are one, whether it's a social rights, economic rights, or civil and political rights. It's a one unit. They did not distinguish. Later on, because of the nature of obligations, it has been bifurcated in the part 3 and in the International Covenant and Civil and Political Rights, and International Covenant and Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. So what we see, but the distinction which exists at the local level has been gradually through the court, that we will have opportunity to discuss some of the important judgments of the Supreme Court. the approach of the Supreme Court regarding the interpretation of the interpretation of Part 3 and Part 4 of the Indian Constitution. The most important when we talk about the constitutional values, we have to look into the principles of equality and non-discrimination. The principle of equality and non-discrimination are at the heart of human rights. So you have to, like, non-discrimination principle is very important, because the moment a human rights is violated, if you are discriminated, immediately you feel you have not been given a proper. So non-discrimination, which has a grounds are mentioned, Constitution also speaks about the grounds and other. The most core of the human rights is the principle of equality and non-discrimination. And equality is very fundamental, and that is why at the global level, it has been linked with the 2030 agenda of the sustainable development. Equality, inclusion, and non-discrimination. In other words, a human rights-based approach to development is the best way to reduce inequalities and resume path towards realizing. So what we see, equality, inclusion, and non-discrimination, which is the core of the human rights. So if a constitutional values we have, so we have to look into the equality, we have to look at inclusion, and we have to look at why inclusion. I means inclusive. आखिरी नागरिक, हिंदी में अगर उसको कहते हैं कि आखिरी नागरिक, जो इंक्लूसिव का मतलब कि सभी को, हम तो इंग्लिश में काफी अच्छे से बोलते हैं, लेकिन आखिरी नागरिक मतलब जो आदमी सबसे पिछड़ा है वो भी उस पार्ट में सम्मिलित हो, जिस पर, तो आखिर इंक्लूसिव. सो इक्वलिटी, नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एंड इंक्लूजन are core of the human rights and core of the constitutional values which has to be applied by everyone. So when we look into the these principles in the context of constitution, we have, as I mentioned in the beginning, starting from Article 14 to Article 14 to Article 28 of the Indian Constitution. So we come to the debate. We come to the debate where we have seen that rights have been classified in two separate instruments, like, two particular groups, that is the civil and political rights and economic, social, and cultural rights, which has existed for many years. The equality, non-discrimination, and inclusion, as I said, is very important when we interpret socialism. The constitutional preamble, which has the word has been added about the socialism. We knew from very beginning, state has a greater responsibility. State has fulfilled all the obligation. And when this obligation, if you look, so and you read with the Article 37 of the Constitution, Article 37 of the Constitution. So Article 37 of the Constitution has three important elements. If you look into the Article 37 of the Constitution, what it says, the provision contained in this part, means Article 37, 36 talks about the state. So the Article 37 says the provision contained in this part shall not be enforceable. Means the rights which are mentioned under the Part 4 of the Constitution, in case of non-fulfillment, no one should, even if somebody goes to the court, it's not judicially enforceable. Court can say, no, it's not like, it's a non-justiciable rights, and there is no scope for there. That debate is no longer relevant, but we see when we look into the first, it's a shall not be enforceable. That is the Article 37. By any court, but the principles by any court, but the principle laid down are nevertheless fundamental in the governance of the country. So whatever is mentioned 38 onwards is very fundamental. So the word fundamental rights is mentioned under the starting with the Part 3 of the Constitution, which talks about the fundamental rights. The fundamental terms also appears in the, whether fundamental means both means same or it is this way, like, distinct from the word fundamental is there. So fundamental in the governance of the country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making law. So three important elements, if you closely read Article 37 of the Constitution, which says about the shall not be enforceable by court, fundamental in governance, and it urges the state to make law to implement the fundamental rights in that particular there. So taking note of this Article 37, which is very fundamental in the governance of the country, and taking note of the core of the human rights, equality, non-discrimination and inclusion, and today the most important constitutional values, welfare of the everyone, social welfare of the people, which ends the existing discrimination in the society. So when we look into the, as a law student or any other sub-streams student, when you study, you find, you note, you observe, and you feel that there is wide division exists in the society. And particularly after 1991, things have changed. What have changed? The role of the state has changed, 1991. And even in the federal structure, from cooperative federalism, we are moving towards more competitive federalism, where states are competing with each other. For what? For the investment. So some way, the states have realized that development, welfare, it's more economic based. Their economy is involved. The more industry is required, more investment is required. So the constitutional values, some way, moving from the economic aspect. They say, state cannot do, state is not in a position, there is no resources. So there are a lot of welfare schemes have been curtailed. States realized we can't take care of the health of the people. So allow the private sector to come. So people pay and get the treatment. They say, we can't provide higher education to people. Let the university come into there. The private player also come into the picture. So what we see 2000 onwards, that's the reason when I started in the beginning, I said कि 2000 के बाद का जो परिवर्तन है, the role of state is, so if constitutional values, some way we are discussing, but we see the impact of the constitutional values is gradually shifted to private players, and that is happening very rapidly within the country and outside the country. States have realized, the Indian states have realized there is a need for the investment. They are looking now, if welfare of the people it depends upon how much is there. So some way we are following an economic model, which is not part of the constitution, which is part of the government policies, globalization, international. So we are following an economic model. So whether the economic model is sustainable with the constitutional values, constitutional goals, or implementation of the Part 4 rights mentioned under Part Constitution. These are the points we need to think about. I say, investment is okay because investment generates resources. GDP goes up. Investment creates more job opportunity. Lot of things we can justify, and many of you agree. But we have a reservation because constitutional value, which talks about the social welfare or welfare of the people, we desperately look for the state. Even in the crisis, pandemic crisis, we look for the state. We are not looking for the big houses or private houses. Everything even political parties, if they criticize the government. So we want welfare. The socialism has to be where the focus of socialism, existing inequalities must be eradicated. And there I feel this time has come, that model which we have adopted so we are almost completing first decade of 21st century. we must shift if a state wants to. Otherwise, it will remain as a discussion in the classroom or discussion in the online forum. Constitutional values, humanitarianism, and social welfare. We see a great deviation. State, so constitution is the relationship between the people and the state for better governance. So we are all associated. It protects us. But we see there's a deviation which is somewhere there. So what we have to do, what a state has to do, a state has to focus more on the constitutional values. Talking about the justice, which is preamble mentions social, economic, and political. Liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith, and worship. Equality of status and opportunity, and to promote among them all. And fraternity, assuring the dignity of the individual is there. And then part 3 and part 4 is important. The point which I want to make here, that we have to move from economic model to human rights model. I'm not against development. I'm for that. And development, whatever way. But model is not constitutional model. It's a model, more market-oriented model, which gives more priority to economics than the human rights. The time has come where government has to look more into the development as a human rights perspective. Development as a human rights perspective. So what I mean to say, that we adhere to, we follow to, we stick to what has been adopted by the international community, a declaration in 1986 which says right to development. Unfortunately, right to development has now some work is going on, but it never become a legal binding instrument. So as a teacher, as a a student of law, I feel that our model has to be human rights model. If you want what we are discussing about become a true, become a real, then we have to adopt a human rights model of development, not the economic or international trade model. Otherwise, the discussion has not much relevance. So what we want that states should look into Article 1. So the declaration which I just mentioned, that is the UN Declaration on Right to Development, which was adopted in 1986. So 1986, they realized, 1986, the new number of states have emerged from poverty. In 650, 60, they realized what people are talking about, mere recognition of fundamental rights will not serve purpose. So this was a push from the poor nations, least developed countries. We go for the development model, and they emphasize, no, we for human rights, we understand right to development. And this declaration is the outcome of the continuous struggle by number of the individuals and also state, which culminated in the adoption of declaration. Though it is stopped in 1986, nothing happened after that. But let's take the definition of the declaration, right to development. What it says, and that will help you to understand my point of view, where I say we need to balance, we need to focus more on the constitutional values, more on the constitutional goals. State has a duty to fulfill the aspirations of the people, realization of the human rights. That state has to do that. हमारी आशाओं पर राष्ट्र को खड़ा उतरने की जरूरत, फुलफिल करने की जरूरत. तो जब हम यहाँ देखते हैं, then we come to the Article 1, which I have been trying to convince you, the right to development is inalienable human right. So right to development is here, but it doesn't talk about the economic. It says right to the Article 1 of the Declaration on UN Declaration on Right to Development. It says the right to development is inalienable human right, by virtue of which every human person and all peoples are entitled to participate in, contribute to, and enjoy economic, social, cultural, and political development, in which all human rights and fundamental freedoms can be fully realized. So you see, this like a long time back, we talk about the development, but we never talk about the right to development as a human rights. And then political leaders also spoke about all these things, but the model needs to be shifted, model needs to be changed, which has to be more human rights contained. Then things can be where people can participate, people can become part of that exercise, and then fulfillment is there. Let's come to the last part of my talk, which is related. The Supreme Court of India, how the court has looked into the relationship between the part 3 of the and part 4 of the Constitution. If you go into the very first cases, starting with the when we have seen that Supreme Court of India has a very initial, for 10 years, they looked into different way when it comes to the human rights or part. Just a second, I think. The Supreme Court of India in the initially in the state of Madras versus Champakaram Dorarajam case, which was the case was related with the caste-based affirmative action, and then court had said in that particular case, which was decided in the 1951 SCR 525, it says a harmonious interpretation has to be placed upon the Constitution, and so interpreted it means that a state should certainly implement the directive principles, but it must do so in a such that its laws do not take away or abridge the fundamental rights. Another harmonious construction case, more important, is the shift we see in the Muhammad Hanif Qureshi versus state of Bihar. In Muhammad Hanif Qureshi versus state of Bihar 1959 SCR 629. And their court says the court made short shrift of the contention and says a harmonious interpretation has to be placed upon the Constitution, and so interpreted it means the state should certainly implement the directive principle, but it must do so in such a way that its laws do not take away fundamental rights. And we see the subsequent cases like case of Golaknath versus state of Punjab, then other cases, Waman Rao, Minerva Mill case, and number of cases where Supreme Court integrated approach, harmonious construction, that part 3 and part 4. Now some of the rights have been elevated to the part 3, like right to education. When it comes to the environment, we see that part 3, part 4, and part 4A is linked. So number of change has taken place from the original position. We have a new position has come into picture, and that was achieved largely because of the Indian judiciary. So just to end, what I conclude by saying, it constitutional values, if we have understood, it has to be fulfilled more in it has huge challenges after many years in the Constitution, and time has come where government needs to look into the constitutional values, move from the economic model of the human rights to the economic model to the human rights model as stipulated under the right to development, and focus on the 3 important fundamental principles, which talks about the equality, non-discrimination, and inclusion. With this, I end here, and I'm ready to take questions, if any. Thank you very much, Dr. Smita.
Thank you, sir, for the excellent session. And we really hope that, you will continue to come and help us with the lectures and, enlighten our participants. With this, I hand over, the platform to Nidhi ma'am for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Smita ma'am. Shefali ma'am.
I'll just call Shefali.
Should I start with the vote of thanks?
Dr. Roy, join after lunch?
Yes, ma'am. Sir will
Okay.
join after 2.
Okay. So thank you, Manoj sir.
Thank you.
Really, thank you so much for your deliberation, sir. Wonderful. And I informed Chairman sir also, but he was busy that point of time because we have our orientation program starting from today itself.
No,
So
it's
he
not.
was in Havan, so he couldn't join. I informed ki Sinha sir's lecture has been started, but it was not possible for him. But
Well,
thank you so very much, sir.
Thank
for
you. Thank
coming.
you,
Yeah,
everyone.
thank you so much. Yeah, over to you, Nidhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected Chairman, sir, esteemed guests, HOIs, and faculty members, it is with great pleasure and gratitude that I stand before you today on this inaugural day of our FDP. This day is a momentous one as we come together to embark on a journey of growth, learning, and collaboration. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you for being here and for your unwavering support. Under the aegis of Founder President Sir and Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, it is our good fortune to host Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Nishtha Jaiswal, NLU Shimla, Professor Dr. S.P. Srivastava, Dean School of Law and Governance, Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Sinha, Director ILI, and Advocate Gayatri. Thanks for your words of wisdom. I would like to extend my appreciation to our distinguished guests whose presence today adds a significant value to this FDP. Your experience is an inspiration to all of us, and we are honored to have you in this FDP. I would also like to express my gratitude to our esteemed faculty members who have embraced this opportunity for professional development. Your commitment to enhancing your skills and knowledge is commendable. The success of this program relies on your active participation and encouragement. Together, we have opportunity to make a lasting impact on the lives of our students. I wish you all a fulfilling and enriching experience throughout this FDP. As always, a humble note of thanks to respected HOI Ma'am, Dr. Shefali Raizada, for encouraging and motivating us. Thank you, Chairman Sir, for gracing this event with your presence and blessings. Thank you once again to all for your presence and support. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you to all. Now I think next session and last session of the day will start from 2 p.m. All participants are requested to join at 2 from the same link.
Good afternoon to all. Shefali ma'am, can we start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Subhash Chandra Roy, and our esteemed Head of Institution, Professor Shefali Raizada ma'am, and all our participants and fellow colleagues. A hearty welcome to all for the third session of the FDP. The core area of the FDP is constitutional values, a way forward to igniting humanitarianism and promoting social welfare. The Constitution is a moral as well as legal document to be safeguarded by the state. Constitutional provisions are always interpreted, keeping the dominant idea prevalent at the time meaning the fundamental rights and requirements of the democratic process, would be something different time to time. We need, therefore, some frame of reference in order to confine ourselves within the proper interpretation of constitutional rights and principles. And to enlighten us on the varied aspects of constitutional law, we have with us Professor Dr. Subhash Chandra Roy, who's a renowned scholar and academician. Dr. Roy is a professor of law, Dean, Research and Development. He's also the director of Center for Innovation Research and Facilitation in Intellectual Property for Humanity and Development in Chanakya National Law University, Patna. He did his graduation, post-graduation, and doctorate from TL Bhagalpur University. And before joining into academics, he had practiced for 5 years at the Bhagalpur District Court. Dr. Roy is an academician who believes in the cult of student, a disciplined learner. Besides teaching in CNLU, he is a visiting professor at the Bihar Judicial Academy, Bihar Public Administration Academy, National Institute of Rural Development, Pusa Agricultural University, National Institute of Pharmaceutical and Research, Hajipur. He's qualified in Licencia and Associate in Insurance, and he's a trainer at the Insurance Training Institutes in Patna, HRDC, RC, and OP participants at ASC Lucknow and Patna University, UGC, HRDC, Nainital. Dr. Roy regularly delivers lectures at various institutions, both national and international forums. He's an ardent researcher in multidiscipline and has published several articles of national repute, and he has also authored several books of academic relevance. He has been on the board of examination screening and selection committee at various universities, as well as is a government expert panel in the labor reform committee. He has interest in academic friendship and believes that academic institutions are modern temple, the place of learning and salvation. The hunger for learning is continued with a mission to sharing and developing entrepreneurship in legal education. He has been encouraging the younger generation and budding academicians for undergoing training and research. We are very much delighted to have Professor Roy with us today to enlighten us in this faculty development program. I would invite our Honorable HOI to give a few words of her remarks for this session.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Dr. Jain. But I was listening about Professor Roy's the rich profile. Certainly, I am really happy to have you here, Professor Roy, and such a enriched experience for so many years, for so many areas, or in so many types of the your enriched experience and learning means learning in various areas. It's really we are really privileged to have you here on this platform, and certainly I believe all the participants would be benefited and would be having advantage of your presence here. They would be put up their questions also on your deliberations, certainly because you have so versatile personality and a profile you have. So thank you so very much, sir. And we are really, it's my great pleasure to invite and to welcome you here on this platform on behalf of Amity University, Amity Law School, Noida.
Thank you, Honorable
Thank
Madam.
you so very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam. And good afternoon, namaskar, pranam to all the participants. And in the beginning, I would like to thank that you all have given me this opportunity to share our understanding. I am not a versatile genius. I am a learner. I want to learn as a student every day. And this is also training to myself. If I am sharing with our participants, fellow professors, I am also learning. And you have given me this opportunity. So with all humility, I thank you for this. Now I would like to come to on the topic that I have been given, constitutional values. Actually, I would like to say that when any vice chancellor comes, suppose new vice chancellor is going to join certain university, just a question, it arises in our mind, what type of man he is. Any, suppose SP, superintendent of police, is going to join in a particular district, people ask as a common question, what type of man he is. He wants to know what type of man, how he is, kaisa aadmi hai. When it is said that yes, he is a nice man, people feel relief. People feel comfortable. When we join any organization, we want to know what type of people here are. And when we are, consoled that yes, he is a nice man, all the teachers are nice, very cooperative, very gentle, very kind-hearted, we feel relief. So these are the issues that we come across every day. So what is there in the term very nice? He is a very nice man. He is a very humble man. He is a generous man. What is the meaning of that? Why do we want to know all these about? The moment we are informed that he is not a good man, he is a selfish man, he goes beyond law, he is not treating, he discriminates the people on the basis of caste, creed, class. The moment we listen all these things, that he has discriminatory behavior, or he discriminates with the people on the basis of caste, on the basis of religion, on the basis of wealth, then we are fearful. So 2 points are there in our hand. One is that very nice man, we feel comfortable. Another is the person is not nice, we feel disturbed. We feel we are afraid. So these are the issues that we have to think over before entering into the issue of constitutional values. Second point I would like to know that wherever and whenever we live in a particular society. And when we live in a particular society, we have to follow the norms of that society, rules and regulations of that society, although not written, but it is in the ought to be form. It is in the customary form. Sometimes we say it's a very good one. Sometimes we don't accept it. Rationally, we say that it is bad. Support child rights, child marriages. If there is child marriage prevalent in a particular society, we, the rational people, we the academic people, we the academicians or graduate or postgraduate educated people, we say this is bad. It's not good. Because child marriage, it is spoiling the life of a child, women child as well as male child also, both. So it's bad. As earlier, there are so many evils in the society, we say it's bad. So values are, what is values? In Hindi, it is mulya, value. As suppose we go to the purchase, we go to purchase the certain articles, commodities in the market. And we ask, what is value? Means, what is the price of that commodity? It means if we ask what is the price, what is the cost of that, cost is different, price is different. Cost means manufacturing cost. Price includes profit and many other costs, taxes, etc. also. So, value means that what is the utility of the same? What is the advantage of the same? What benefit it will bring when I will use it, short term or as well as long term. So value means the commodity or the thing, what is worth of that? What is the worth of that commodity? Likewise, suppose we go to purchase a book in a bookstall and there is a printed price on the book. See that, can we ask what is the value of that book? We ask what is the price and how much discount you will offer. Okay, the shopkeeper says it is 500, 20% discount I will give you. So it is in 420, you will receive it. Okay, so what is that, or 400 rupees you will have to pay. So all these things we see that worth of that, how much value is different. Value means that how do you measure the thing? What is the advantage of that? So value is a very, very significant point. We can understand this term in another way, that what is the idea? Suppose some persons, you say that he's a very kind-hearted. It means, kind-hearted means that he wants good of others. Even he is ready to dilute certain hard norms. And that's why he says, okay, let it go. But you see that value here in judicial side also, that even the judges want to see the condition of the prisoner, the accused. So it depends on the understanding, it depends on the thoughts, it depends on the upbringing of the people. So that's why we have to understand the term value, and we will discuss further. How can we divide the term value? It can be personal values. See that a person, if he has interest in money, he has his own value. That money is valuable to him. As we know very well that many people, we, the teachers are there, so many employees are there. And this is one of the greatest problem in every institution. You see that arrival or joining the duty on right time. Suppose at 10 the university starts, all the person must arrive at 10. And if it is going to close by 6 p.m., then each and everyone must go by 6 p.m. But you see that many of us do not arrive right time, as well as we are not punctual, neither we are regular. So this is a problem. Now you see that if someone is coming on right time every day, what motivates that person? It motivates that if I am on right time, then I have plenty of time to do the work. I can fulfill those work, complete those work in a scheduled time, and I can render duty, and it will satisfy me. I will be happy when I return home from my job place, workplace. If this is the motivation, this is the value for me. But if I think that, okay, I should be late, I will not go on right time, and those who go on right time, they are the bold persons. Okay, so they are respected by the people because he is done like, he has his own value. So there is a clash between the individual value and the institutional value. When there is a clash between individual value and institutional value, because individual wants to earn money only, whereas the institution wants your services, that you must render services for the stakeholder, so that the stakeholder, the students grow well, and he should become a very good citizen, disciplined citizen. And when he will become a disciplined citizen, academically, physically, mentally, morally, then the society will be ultimately benefited. There will be no chaos in the society. So what I mean that, if I have a very good motivation, I get up early in the morning, I do exercise, then I pray, I take bath and I pray, and then I study and render my services well in the society, well in the institution, then naturally the people are benefited. This is my value. And this value is a rational value, positive value, creative value. And I am given certain value. People respect me that yes, he is punctual, he is regular in the class, he is never late in the class, and he is to the point and interacts with the students, has a good behavior and good mentoring to the students. If all these things, it develops the value in that individual. But on the contrary, if someone goes to the class late, as we know very well what is happening, that if 10 minutes late we are entering into the class, and 5 minutes or 10 minutes before, if we come out of the class, what will happen in 1 hour? 20 minutes is wasted, only 40 minutes. And again, we are nowadays, technology has given benefit, technology has helped us. PowerPoint presentation nowadays, PowerPoint presentation. Our vice chancellor used to say, if there is no power, what will happen? Your point. People read that point. In our life, in still myself today, I have to study 3-4 hours, then I deliver 1 hour lecture. 1 hour interaction with the student, not lecture. So in this way, if we address the students, naturally I will have a value. Value means people will respect me. It means that I am honest to my duty, I am hardworking, I am punctual, and it means that I have integrated personality. So all these things develop value in a man. So individual value and institutional value. If I am positive, hardworking, sincere, punctual, honest, dedicated, it is beneficial to the stakeholder in the institution as well as the society. But if I am not so, see that now every institutions have, that is a attendance, as what we say that, I'm forgetting that attendance nowadays on thumb impression is there, facial impression is there, and now there is a attendance like that on cyber. So technology cannot control each and every one. So the value, individual value, one item. Another is that values in relations. We have friends, we have family, we have society. So family relationship, values in family relationship, husband and wife. What is the value? That faith in each other, faithfulness in each other, that I am dedicated to the another party and other is also dedicated to me. Communication in between the couples, communication among the family members. This develops understanding and harmonious relationship. So communication, understanding, cooperation and harmonious relationship. That family grows well. That is a value. Good relationship of cooperation, help, good advice in the friends circle. That is also a value. So value, personal values, likewise with relationship at working place, and values in the society, societal value. If the society has particular norm that is rational and I am going against that, again there is a question mark. As nowadays we can say that people are demanding different types of marital relationship. Society demands something, whereas some types of some individuals are demanding something. So we have to see the values. So when our values conflict with our family, friend circle, society, institutions, then which will interfere? How to resolve that? Because conflict cannot survive. Conflict cannot help us to grow. It is the constitution. And therefore, we have to understand constitutional value. Constitutional value tries to remove our conflict, balance our relationship. And this is why the topic constitutional value for the welfare of the society, for the development of the society is essential, and very well, Shefali Madam, you have drafted this topic, finalized this topic. It's a very marvelous topic. So now we will see that what are the constitutional values. Constitution, we know very well that it is a document that has rules, regulations. It's a document which carries the principles, theories, and on that principles, on that theories, on the provisions, articles, we legislate. Legislation is there. As you see that nowadays there is a discussion in a political arena related to uniform civil code. When we are talking about a uniform civil code, it means that presently the legislations or the Hindu has certain marital laws, succession laws, inheritance laws, whereas the people who believe in Islam, they have certain different laws. People are demanding, or the political parties has raised the issue that yes, there should be a uniform civil code as mentioned under Article 44 of the Constitution. So there is a provision, there is a principle. Now it is the state which has to legislate that provision. And according to that, law should be there. When the law is legislated, you know, we very well know that one can challenge in the court, and the court will see whether the particular statute or the legislation is as per the constitutional provision or not. So constitutional provision, otherwise if it is not so, then the Supreme Court can declare it unconstitutional. It means without having any provision in the Constitution, the Parliament or the state legislature cannot make any legislation. So when what we have the Constitution, as we have accepted, adopted, enacted it on 26 January 1950, our Constitution, it is a principle, and those principles are loaded with values. If we talk about the preamble of the Constitution, think about the preamble of the Constitution. As earlier it was discussed by the Supreme Court that it is not a part of Constitution. Later on it has been accepted that yes, preamble is also a part of the Constitution. And see that in the preamble, what is discussed, it is of very, very important, which is relevant for the discussion here in our topic. See that justice.
Sir, you are on mute. Sir, you're on mute. Dr. Professor
Yes.
Roy, yeah, we can hear you now.
Automatically it so happened. I was not. Okay, so justice, economic, justice, political, economic, and social. When we think about the term justice, is it devoid of values? Answer is no. It is loaded with values. So what are the elements of values? There should be morality, there should be reason, there should be utility, there should be the impact on society. So many things are there. As you see that, I would like to cite, although a very relevant one, Manipur. Why there is a violence? We have to think over on the basis of constitutional values. Why there should be violence? It means that we have lost one value that is mentioned in the preamble of the Constitution, fraternity. Fraternity is one aspect of very, very important aspect of values. As in the family, when we are born of our same mother, we call brother and sister to each and everyone. And we have a loving relationship. Means we are ready to forgive, we are ready to forget, as well as we are ready to release something for the good of others. We take care of others. We become liberal. In another word, we can say that for the family members, we become liberal. But when we are not liberal to our neighbors, we are not liberal to the society. The moment we are not liberal to society, to the neighbor, kind-hearted to the neighbor, it means we don't believe in the value of fraternity. As Baba Sahib Ambedkar used to say, please read his lectures, he used to say that love thy neighbors. Love thy neighbors means that there must be fraternity. What we have lost, why there is violence, why there is rights, it is because of that we have no fraternity. Means we don't respect in brotherhood, or we don't believe in brotherhood. We believe only that the sisters and brothers born of the same parents, we believe, and others we don't believe. Another example I would like to cite, that suppose as in Uttar Pradesh, UP, Yogi Adityanath, the Honorable Chief Minister, brought Romeo Squad. You know that police were deployed. Earlier, before this regime, the girl children, our daughters, were disturbed. They were unable to reach at schools. They were unable to study well. So that was the problem. So here, that is a problem. So here again, when I am saying, I say that this is my, she is my sister. Okay, I respect my sister. But the moment another sister, daughter of another person, we don't like or we do not respect, that is bad. So that's why brotherhood is one of the most important value enshrined in our constitution. So that's why justice, we demand justice from the court. We say that justice should be social justice, economic justice, political justice. Okay, you are fine. You have right to say that. But at the same time, do we believe in brotherhood? Do we believe in that familiar relationship? Do we believe in the respect to the women? That is the value. So that's why we have to look into our preamble as well as chapter 3rd and 4th of the Constitution and other parts of the Constitution also. Take one example, Article 14 of the Constitution that says equality before law and equal protection of the law. That is the most important value, that each and every of us are in the eyes of law or before law equal. And it is supported by Article 15 of Constitution, that there shall be no discrimination on the basis of caste, creed, class, place of birth, sex, etc. See that when we come to our institution or any institution, and if we make discrimination on the basis of caste, or suppose someone has given application, I ask, oh, okay, this person belongs to my native place. And if we give some relief, some benefit to that person on the basis of my place of birth, because I and that person belongs to same place, this is violation of Article 14 of Constitution. And the moment it is violation of the Article 14 of the Constitution, who is the victim? The person who is the victim of this principle, he will be sorry, he will be unhappy. And there will be a grievances, grievous statement that yes, here is a casteism. Casteism means I am going to favor my own caste only, despite no quality, no qualification. If I am going to provide help to my caste, my religious people belonging to my religion, it means I have no value. So that's why Article 15 of the Constitution that believes that there shall be no discrimination on the basis of caste, creed, class, religion, place, sex. So we have to imbibe within us that value, that I need not to discriminate anyone. I need not to discriminate. I need not to discriminate. He belongs to a particular religion, someone on the basis of language, that he is superior or inferior. That is bad. So constitutional value says that we have to respect each language, each caste, each culture, each religion. That is the constitutional value. So if any individual is thinking of oneself as a superior one, that I belong to particular region of the country, I speak particular language, I belong to majority people, majority caste. That is wrong. So it is my individual opinion, but at the same time, the conflict between the two will be resolved by the institution. That if we believe, and this is why I have a faith, particularly, especially I would like to say about myself, that I believe in Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution as a religion. I would like to say it is a constitutional religion, two souls of the, two chambers of a soul. That is the chapter 3rd and chapter 4th of the Constitution. That fundamental rights come under chapter 3rd of the Constitution, chapter 4th, that is directive principles of state policy, and chapter 4th A also, fundamental duties, are very, very important, which are loaded with Constitution. Likewise, you see that equal opportunity, Article 16, 17, that abolition of untouchability. So all these articles are very, very important, and they are loaded with values. These are the constitutional values. Likewise, freedom. Suppose under Article 19, one of the Constitution deals with 6 freedoms. Freedom of speech and expression. I have, yes, Constitution guarantees me freedom of speech and expression, I can say. But at the same time, Article 19, Clause 2 deals with that, yes, there is a restriction also. I cannot make hate speech. I cannot defame someone. I cannot condemn. What will happen? Then there is a Indian, defamation suit can be filed against me. So I have a freedom, but at the same time, I have a restriction. And if we cross the Lakshman Rekha, the demarcating line, then it means we are losing. We are not caring about the values, and this is why then we will suffer. So therefore, the articles of the constitutions, they are loaded with values, and these constitutional values are to sort out the problems or the clash in between the individual and the society, individual and the nation, individual and the institutions. So that's why constitutional values are so much important. Sometimes people call it constitutional value as constitutional morality also. Sometimes people say as a constitutional morality, but you see that constitutional morality, it means that the constitution makers, the drafters of the constitutions, they have formulated certain values. For what purposes? It is for the purpose of the development of the society. That there should be no discrimination of the society. If there is discrimination, people are unhappy on the basis of religion, on the basis of minority, majority, on the basis of wealth, on the basis of education. If there is a discrimination, people are unhappy. So that the mindset has to be removed, that each and every one of us are equal, and we have to try to develop and groom each and every one. So if we are educated and we think good of others, and we are actively proactive for the betterment of others, naturally there will be development. So that's why constitutional values and constitutional moralities are very, very important. Likewise, how to inculcate it? It is the academic institution. As I would like to draw the attention of all of us, that suppose 15th August, Independence Day, can anyone measure this, the value of Independence Day on the balance? Think about the martyrdom. Think about the people who sacrificed for that very day, 15th of August. It is not merely a day. It recalls us the entire sacrifices made by our forefathers. It was not easy to get freedom. A lot of people had to lose life. I visited Jallianwala Bagh, as we know very well, and I saw myself the well in which people had jumped, and the very narrow, and that Jallianwala Bagh, I had seen so many martyrs, statue is there. Think about the sacrifices, loss of life, that mother's pangs, brother's sorrows, father's sorrows. Can we imagine? And on that very day, we furl our tiranga and we, say our Rashtragan. But you see that the value, we have to inculcate in our heart that suffering. Likewise, 26th January, when our constitution was enacted, see that the value of that very day, that, hello, later on, please, after half an hour, we talk. Okay, so that very day, on that very day, our country became a republic. See that the constitutional head of our country is, president, and anyone can become president. It is not king or queen. So this proves that on that higher position, the first citizen of the country, anyone can become. Even the downtrodden people, those people who had been suffering from ages, they can reach at that top. It is republic one. And from that republic, it percolates one word that now India is a welfare state. And welfare state means that we have to help to improve and grow each and every one. Each and every one. So that's why welfare of all. But how can it be done? Welfare of all, how can it be done? Now we have socialistic pattern of economy. Socialistic pattern, social justice. As we see that justice, economic, political, economic, social. So social justice. And social justice means justice to larger number of the people in the society. And it can be done through welfare measures for education, in terms of, as the so many plans are there, housing plannings, related to health services, Ayushman Yojana, related to Ujjwala, related to the gas cylinders, kitchen, so many things are there. Food, even under Food Security Act, distribution of free ration, so many things are there. That welfare measures have to be taken so that each and every one must think about their own betterment. First, survival under Article 21 of the Constitution as right to life, and then development through academics, through equal opportunities, that each and every one, either any section of the people must get, development, opportunity for development. As think about one opportunity related to reservation policy. What is reservation policy? Although it has become politicized, but yes, reservation policy is very, very important, and it is for the welfare of the people in the society. Those are really, downtrodden. Those are not getting support. They should be given reservation. And this is why under the Indira Sahni case, Supreme Court cited one creamy layer principle. That creamy layer principle discusses about distributive justice. That yes, those who require such type of help, such type of support in services, they must be given. And those who are well-to-do, those who are developed one, okay, let them be separate as a general, and they should be treated as a creamy one. So the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, all have been given this facility. Although people are nowadays demanding reservation in private sector also. It should be there, because you see that in public sector, there is a recruitment. But what about the private sector? We know very well, there is an indoor management. There is a reference, recommendations. If there is a recruitment in the organized private sector, naturally, their number of employment will increase, and there will be many talented people will be contributing their talent for the growth of that sector also. So what we see, constitutional value. So Constitution provides such type of provisions which can be useful to each and everyone. Likewise, you see, but nowadays you see that as government of Bihar has started caste census, although it is sub judice under the court. Think about that caste census. If anyone is not speaking which caste he belongs to, or if it is not asked, nobody can say that he belongs to this caste or that caste. What is caste? We all are human beings. We are the, species of Homo sapiens. We are also two-legged animals. We are human beings, and we have to develop as a human. So I would like to draw your attention, just a minute, that what is human? We call ourselves as a human being. We are human, we say. Whether the term human has been defined anywhere, I have not found that the term human has been defined. Where is the term human? As in the Indian Penal Code, it is man has been defined. But human, we call ourselves, we boast ourselves that we are human. And in Hindi we say manav. But the words are that manusya, man means manusya, human, manav. Are we human? What is the concept of human? So therefore, we have to understand, as in the topic headlines, you have given the term humanitarian. You have used the word humanitarian in terms of welfare. So first of all, we have to understand human. It's a concept. As suppose our face is just like a human, as a round face, and it is divided in two parts, three parts. The lower part, psychologically, it is called id, id, instinctive drive. Second part, man. Third part, human. Id, ego, superego, as psychology divides. Ego part belongs to man and superego, human. If we take religiously, that mandamati, slow mind, dull mind, mandamati, kumati, sumati. Mandamati, dull mind. What is the characteristics of id? Id is that we have hunger, we want to sleep, and we want progeny, children. Three characteristics, each and every one of us we have. So it is animal stage. It is nothing but an animal stage. But when we are born with a broadened mind, developed mind, we call ourselves human. Second stage is man. But what is man? As a skeleton, as a body, what is human? Why it is known as the term human? Why don't we call ourselves only man? The reason behind is that man is confined to self-interest. That this is my property, this is my family, this is my sister, this is the sister of others. He belongs to that religion, I belong to this religion. So, and human, he says, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. As you see, Ayam Nija Paro Veti Ganana Laghu Chetasam. Udar Charitanam tu Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. Whole globe is relatives, friends. And when you are my friend, it means I will think good of you, never bad of you. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. But when I think this is mine, this is thine, it means self-centeredness, selfishness. And this is why you see that in this stage, there is a conflict, a lot of conflict. If you go to the court area, you see various types of people, various types of litigations. Why people come? Why people come? It is because when they decrease, when their values decrease, they have interest only and they are ready to fight. I would like to share with you, when I was practicing in Bhagalpur Civil Court, in the very beginning phase of my life, career, I was sitting in the chamber of a senior, my senior. He was somewhere gone, he was absent at that day. One client who was very, very senior, he was fighting that case from the last 30 years. So boldly he asked me, where is your senior? I asked that he has gone somewhere. What is the matter? Can you tell me? He told me that you are junior. What shall I tell you? But later on, when I called for tea and discussion started, then I got to know that he was fighting, litigating against his own brother for 6 inches wide and 20 feet long property. Think about 6 inches wide and 20 feet long property. Just it can be one wall size like. And he was fighting with his own brother, born of same mother for the last 30 years. So I asked him, okay, why are you fighting with your brother? You have lost so much money. You can purchase even a acre of land out of that is spending what you have to spend money on that. He told me, sir, you are not a lawyer. And I still remember he told me that you are not a lawyer. Next day, when my senior came, and he communicated this matter to my senior also. Next day, when my senior came, he scolded me. And he asked me, get out. I was surprised. I asked, sir, why? What wrong I have done? He told me that you have become a preacher, saint. You are really not an advocate. And neither you will develop your career as advocate, nor and my client you will, I will lose my client and my earning. See the situation. Why that person is fighting, colliding with his own brother, litigating, and there is not one person like that. A lot of people you will find in the court area, and there are, every subdivision, every district, there is a court. And you know very well that plethora of cases are there, a number of cases are there, and people are demanding a speedy trial. I am trying to draw your attention on this issue. Can any government sort out all the cases? Answer will be no. My answer is no. What is the reason? That how many cases one judge can resolve in one day? Whether all the people will become judge? Not possible. Whether the government can double the number of courts or double the number of the judges, unless and until the flow of the litigation, flow of the fight, flow of the cause of action is stopped, checked, then any government or any court or any judges resolve all the cases. This is a subject of discussion. So that if there is a perennial flow of the cases, litigations, fight in the society, then it is not the court to resolve the problem. Therefore, here comes constitutional values, and which arises from individual value. That if there is a conflict in the society, let in the society establish individual value, social values, relationship values. Establishment of all those values can minimize the flow of litigations, cases into the court. Then automatically few cases will come. Those cases which are loaded with legal issues. Whereas right now the cases are coming to the courts on the basis of personal interest, clash of interest. Think about that nowadays, a lot of cases are coming in the high courts related to section 498A, capital A of Indian Penal Code. What is the reason? Why there is a clash between husband and wife? Yes, court will resolve and court is resolving. But you see that if the court is resolving one issue, 10 issues are coming. Cases are being filed. Even where there is a court marriages, love marriages, Among them, there is a cases related to section 498A. What is the reason behind? The reason behind is that, hello, the reason behind is that there is a lack of values in between the two people. So unless and until we, there is electric problem. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
Just there is a blackout. So there is a lack of values in between, and that value is communication, understanding, cooperation, and harmonious relationship, honesty and integrity, care towards the partners, kindness towards the partners, each others, respect to the in-laws and fathers and parents. There is a lack of value. Values are diminishing in the family. First of all, in the individual, in the family, and that's why the cases are coming. People are not abiding and accepting the opinion of the society. Now the elders' opinion, elders' respect has gone down in the society, and this is why cases are coming to the court. Earlier, as I understand and I remember myself, that I was taught in my family to respect each and every person. I was taught in the family to call the person by relation's name, as uncle, grandfather, bade papa, like these words were using, badi ma, chachi, kaki. But nowadays, people are asking, Suresh ki mummy, Munnu ka papa. People are talking like this. The values have gone down and ego have come out. And this is why we are suffering. So individual value, social values, and political values. Think about justice, political, economic, social. What has become? See that in the democracy, as the democracy is the most important aspect, in the democracy, unless and until there is a political party, democracy cannot survive also. Political party is essential. But you see that what has become? The political parties have become just like the corporate world. They have made their own constitution. That constitution is colliding with our constitution. The same person is the chairman of that political party. Is there democracy? There is a question mark. It is nothing but authoritarian. It is nothing but dictatorial. And if it is authoritarian and dictatorial, where is value within the political party? When there is no value in the same political party, when that party will come into power, can we expect any constitutional values in the legislation when it will come into power? Can we expect welfare of the society? The answer will be no. So that's why values is enshrined there, that only constitution. So see that whether it is the duty of the Supreme Court of India only to see the matter, each and every matter, decide each and every matter. Nowadays, who is running the country? It is nothing but a Supreme Court. Every cases, it is under the PIL, public interest litigation, it is being submitted in the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court sometimes it is very angry and dismisses the case. Sometimes it listens to it has to listen. And the decision of the Supreme Court we follow. It is because that we ourselves are not imbibing our values. We are not creating constitutional values within us. The reason behind is that we do not know what is the meaning of value. Honesty is the basis of value. And continuation of the honesty at any cost is value. That is integrity. And integrity is a part and parcel of value. Think about that. We know very well Raja Harishchandra. Harishchandra was working in Varanasi in a crematorium place when his own son Rohitas came and his wife brought Rohitas wrapping in her own sari, Aanchal. And he demanded half of that as a tax. She told that it is your son. But he said, this is the order of my master. I have to have it. See the integrity. See the honesty. Whether we have this value within us. We become very relaxed or liberal when we have our own caste, creed, religion, or kith and kin. Our morality is nowhere. We are moralists only when we are preaching for others. So, values within us can develop, we can develop value within us, and then we can follow constitutional values. So, constitutional value is there, and the court enforces all those values whenever there is a clash between individual to individual, individual to institutions, individual to government, and others. Now, I would like to say human rights institutions. We have Human Rights Commission, National Human Rights Commission, State Human Rights Commission. All these commissions are there. What is human rights? So, as I said, human, then we have to understand human rights. Human, as we see, Mandamati, Kumati, Sumati. Likewise, you see that, so, Jahan Sumati, Jahan Kumati Taha Vipati Nidana, Jahan Sumati Taha Sampati Nana. Sumati, good mind. Kumati, bad mind. Bad mind means conflict. It means lack of values. So, human rights. I am born as a human, Homo sapien. I am a being. I want to be human. Means I want to develop internally. I want to grow. And therefore, law is there. Constitutional provisions are there. Values are there. We have to understand those values. That how to make a man human. It's why human rights, I can say that rights to be human is human rights. And remain human, that is human rights also. I want to learn in the school. I want to read in the school. I want to go to school. It is because that if I am educated, I have a lot of scope. I can develop myself. I will have all opportunities. I can enjoy life. So, but if I am not allowed to go to school, if I am not provided opportunity to learn, if I am not provided teacher, then I have no facility. So human rights is a basic aspect on which we have to hammer. So first of all, we will have to imbibe values. We have to understand values of education. And that will motivate us, the government, yes, there should be education. You see that there is experiment in the name of education. Every government is coming and giving experimentation. And nowadays, new education policy. But that government fails to understand that if basic infrastructure is not available in our country. Who becomes teacher? Who is coming to be a teacher, whether as a passion or as a job? What is the fact? Whether we are passionate, we have to think over. So, human rights means rights to be human and remain human. And for that, education is essential. And in education, one has to be taught related to the values through stories, through dramas, through cultural programs, because directly if you say it will go as a preaching. You have to give certain presentation, and through which let the students or the children learn out of that. Then they will develop, yes, a sense of values. And naturally, the person with understanding of values will make a very good society. He will become a good citizen. And he will understand the spirit of constitution. That is also a value. Two things are there, letters and spirit. And you know very well that whenever cases come before the Supreme Court and the High Courts, they interpret on the basis of his spirit also. What was the idea of the freedom fighters? What was the idea of Baba Sahib Ambedkar and the Constituent Assembly members? What they had wanted? Say, so the court go into that, dive deep into that, and then find out and decide the issues, constitutional values. Likewise, people talk about secularism. I'm coming to that point. People talking about secularism. We are secular. We are secular. There should be no religion of a state. Of course, there should be no religion of a state. What is the meaning of religion? Dharma. In translation, we say dharma. What is dharma? अच्छे संस्कारों को धारण करना धर्म है. What is sanskara? Sanskara comes with our acts, deeds. Man lives in deeds, not in years. What we do, that becomes our sanskara. If we tell a lie, if every time we tell a lie, who will believe me? People will not believe me. I am losing the values. Those who are honest and truthful, people are respected. As Gandhiji says, Satya or Ahimsa, truth and non-violence, were his weapons. Satya, truth. See that. And Gandhi became great one. Why we worship Bajrangbali, Hanumanji? Because he had one point, karma, dedication. Ram kaj ki ne bino mohi kahan bishnam. So whatever the task he was assigned, he said, yes, I will do it. I will complete it, that task. So that is the value. If I am dedicated to my work, that is the value. So value added education should be there. Nowadays, what we are providing, we are giving job-oriented education. Whatever we are learning, yes, it is only to earn our bread. What we are now, earlier, our forefathers in the hunting age, they were hunter. They were hunting the animals for their own life, food. Later on, they started picking fruits and roots and grains here and there. They become food gatherer. Later on, they settled in the farming, agriculture. So they became farmer. And now what we are, bread earner. We get up early in the morning, we go to the offices or the workplace, and in the evening we return, and when as a machine we are doing the work whole day, we have no respect, no comfort, nothing. We are scolded by our employer. We have fear that anytime we can lose the job, and here and there, and we, ooze out our frustration, and in the family, and in this way, our cycle is going on. Can we become human? Answer is no. We have no time to think about the values. We stick asleep during our duty because we have no time. We are frustrated. So psychologically, mentally, we are not healthy. So to be healthy is also one of the point of, your values, ethics. As Yoga Day nowadays. Yoga Day, why it is that? That to make the people aware the significance of yoga. And yoga means to join, to concentrate yourself. Do exercise. How many of us do exercise every day? And we condemn the government that hospitals are not there. Think about that. Each villages have public health centers. Despite that, why people are ill? Hospitals are only to cure your disease. But it is the value that can protect you, prevent you from becoming ill or disease. Value protects us, that you should not be diseased one. As when you maintain the values, it means you get up early in the morning, you do exercise, you speak less words, you respect the people. When we respect the people, people will respect you. If you disrespect your wife, wife will disrespect you in return. If there is a no respect between father and son, then there will be no respect, collision, conflict, self-centeredness. People will talk only about their own property, own rights. And when the person has not come out from that narrow dimensions, can he think about others? Can he think about others? So all these are the issues, all these are the problems that can be resolved by the values in the society. So constitutional value, it is a embodied, values that has been incorporated, entire values that we have, individual values, social values, morals, rationals, the best thing that has been incorporated in our constitution, and that has become constitutional value. That has become a constitutional value, and that constitutional value is to make an egalitarian society, a human society, a broader-minded society, a society which we call, or which we say, Ram Rajya. Ram Rajya, दैहिक दैविक भौतिक तापा राम राज्य काहू नहीं व्यापा. दैहिक दैविक भौतिक तापा राम राज्य काहू नहीं व्यापा. It was not because of Ram. It was because of Ram, or as well as the people of those era that they maintained the values, honesty, integrity, brotherhood, thinking about good of others. They were thinking good of others. So all were thinking that helping attitude, not to harass anyone. Just one example I would like to say, sexual harassment at workplace. Now there is a legislation 2013 by the order of Supreme Court. That later on Visakha versus State, that was the case. In that Supreme Court had given that there should be a guideline was given by the Supreme Court. Later on Sexual Harassment Act 2013 we have. Why there should be Sexual Harassment Act enforced in the working place? Especially I am talking about the places where the people are. We all are graduates and postgraduates. If I am harassing a woman in terms of sex, it means I have not developed my values. The values, human values. That, yes, let others grow. The values of brotherhood, the values of humanity, humanitarian values, we have not groomed, we have not developed. And this is why when we have not developed, then see that legislation is there. So this is the term, this is the thing that Constitution has a lot of values, constitutional value is there. Legislation is also based on values, to enforce values in the society. But we all have to understand what is value, what is the significance of value, and how to groom those values day to day in our day-to-day practice. And in this way, we can really appreciate the values of the Constitution. Otherwise, constitutional values are there in the Constitution, as we see that to protect environment. This is our fundamental duties. But we are cutting trees for our personal interest. What are we doing? So in this way, we have to see that we have to inculcate value in our mind, and we have to groom ourselves. And in this way, we can say that yes, we are human being only when we understand the meaning of value, practice of value, significance of value in our family, society, and the nation. And only then we can say that yes, we are the citizen of this country, really a very good citizen of this country. So to become a good citizen is our prime duty. How can we do that? Unless and until we respect our values. So So thank you. I think that let us floor be open for the discussion in this regard. Yes, madam, please.
If any of you can ask some question or maybe
Yes.
some clarification, Smita, you please ask some question.
Yes. So compared to, can you give a comparative analysis of the Indian constitutional, values compared to those of international constitutional values? How to be fair?
Please repeat the question.
Yeah, I wanted to understand, can you give a comparative analysis of the Indian constitutional values compared to international constitutional values? How are we faring against international goals of
Okay,
constitutional
see that,
values?
first of all, there is no international constitution like that. First of all, I would like
other countries, constitutional values of other countries.
No, your constitutional values of other countries. Okay, every country has its own constitution, and every country has the constitution as per their and they have incorporated the constitutional values, and no values of any country, you can say, are different. Everything, because morality is everywhere. Morality is everywhere. You cannot say that in Britain there is no morality at all. Okay, they wear different types of dresses. Does not mean that they are immoral. They have their moral. They have understanding. They have, parents. They respect their parents. They know the understanding and meaning of the falsehood and truthfulness. That if you are telling a lie, or that see recently the government, the Prime Minister of UK had to resign. So the very simple thing is there, that morality is there. And value means, the basis of value is morality. That's why there is no different. Basic thing is that utility, reason, morality. That is the most important point. If you are not thinking or understanding anything, that reason, basic thing is reason, utility, morality. And it is everywhere in all constitutions, even International Court of Justice, ICC, International Criminal Courts also, you will find that. See that, suppose Indian Penal Code we have, and suppose that offense, you see that theft is an offense. That if it has been mentioned, theft is an offense. Okay. So, if suppose Indian Penal Code is thrown in the ocean or in the Ganges River, Ganga Nadi mein फेंक the Indian Penal Code को, Indian Penal Code को जला दें, suppose. Whether theft will, at that time, if there is no penal code, there is no statute, theft will not become an offense. Okay. But whether theft will be appreciated by the society? Answer is no. Even if there is no legislation, theft shall not be appreciated. And see that it will be called as a sin. Paap hai. Chori karna paap hai. So paap indicates or draws our attention. Paap means that if I am stealing somebody's property without his consent or without in his absence, I am doing sin. I am committing sin. It means I am away from the value of respect of the property of others. I am degrading myself. Okay, and this is why here legislation, you see that every legislation, it is nothing but loaded with morals, reasons, utility. Suppose before, in Information Technology Act, it was brought in 2008. And whatever is offense, IT offense, before that it was not an offense. Before the legislation, it was not an offense. So, but whether it was not immoral, it was not illegal, but it was immoral. Nobody will approve this. People will say, no, this is wrong. Even if there is no legislation, people say, this is wrong, unfair. So these are the elements: fairness, righteousness, These are the elements of values, and they are loaded in everywhere. As you see, people say corruption, corruption, corruption. What do you think about corruption? Do you think that taking money or bribe is only corruption? If I violate Article 14 of Constitution, it is also corruption. If I violate Article 15 of Constitution, it is corruption. It means violation of these articles 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, it means that I am not accepting the values. And even the cow grazer, even an illiterate person will say, this is wrong. Yet theek nahi hai. This is bad. Although he has not read the Constitution, but he will say, this is bad. Jatibad, casteism is bad. He says, on the basis of religion, in the name of religion, if you are giving benefit to somebody else, this is bad. In the name of favoritism, nepotism, this is bad. He has not read the Constitution. Although in our Constitution, it is so mentioned. Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution talks about religious freedom. But religious freedom, yes, who will do it? Unless and until I am human. Because human means the highest stage of the development of being. And when we are developed, we can understand, we can respect other religions. So respect is the basis of human rights. What is happening? That there is a lack of respect in the society. It is going down. Respect, we are not giving respect to our mothers, our parents. And this is the proof, evidence that old age homes, a number of old age homes are opening in each cities, villages, towns. Why old age homes? If I have respect to our parents, I cannot send them to old age homes. They will live with us, but we are losing respect. So we have gone down in that, the worst of the animal stage. And we are abusing the government. We are talking about the constitutionalism. We are talking about the constitutional values. We have to imbibe ourselves, think ourselves, whether the elements of values we are practicing every day or not.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much for such an enlightening session. I had a query, sir. As you rightly mentioned about constitutional values to be imbibed, and then only we can actually, if I'm rightly correlating it with the implementation of UCC that is being talked about as per 22nd Law Commission proposal to discuss by all the stakeholders, and you also mentioned about it. So, sir, don't you agree that latest judicial precedents are impliedly implementing these this uniform civil code, basically bringing in uniformity, imbibing those constitutional and social moral values like Navtej Singh Johar, Joseph Shine, Triple Talaq case, that we the judiciary is it not the though not explicitly but impliedly, is it not the implementation of UCC itself?
UCC, whenever it will be brought as a legislation in the form of a bill, when it will come, naturally, it will have to follow the values. It will have to incorporate and take the best things from all religions, all personal laws, everything, for the ultimate goal of human development, social development, moral development, and human rights ultimately. Human rights is the highest rights. And human rights means right to be human and remain human. Live as a human. Suppose houses are being built. Why? What for? The reason behind is that we should live as a human. Why do we talk about a standard of living? That we should live as a human. There should be comfort. There should be convenience. Roads should be there. Earlier, think about 20, 30 years ago, there were no roads connectivity to villages. Now there is a road. So ultimately, that we are human, but we have no facilities. So likewise, uniform civil code, there should not be differentiation. The best things should come so that each and everyone must be treated as a human. And they must have understanding, and there should be no opposition. If best thing come, And if we are convinced that yes, it is for our human development, and this is nothing but our human rights, okay, obvious thing. See that if you are talking about human rights, all other rights, personal rights will vanish. It is the highest right. Think about why discrimination between Hindu women and Muslim women? Why should be this? Both are human. So when we are talking about the human rights of women, it means under that umbrella, each and everyone will come. And there will be no stigma, or you can say sticker of a religion or identity of religion. That you are Muslim, you are Hindu, you are Christian. Why division? All are women. So all have right to live as a human rights. So uniform civil code will have to bring legislation in that way, in that perspective. Okay, then we can have really people will accept it. Yes.
Gee, sir, but with this cultural and religious, linguistic diversity and such a huge geographical domain, it is little difficult, and that's why you can see opposition, all political parties except AAP and few others, they are also.
First of all, okay, thank you, madam. First of all, one thing, what is religion? This is the problem. Here is a problem of understanding that we say I am Hindu, someone say I am Christian, I am Muslim, I am Buddha, I am Sikh. What is the ultimate meaning of religion? Ultimate meaning of religion is dharma, dri dhatu. It has come from dharan karna, अच्छे संस्कारों को धारण करना. Can any religion says that yes, telling lie is good? Violence is good? Can any religion says? So we are talking about the outer symbol of religion. We are not talking about the inner meaning of religion. People say, I am Muslim. Or you are good one. You are not Muslim. It is a way of living. You have adopted particular way. You have adopted particular, grantha, ethics, religious books. So that is, you are a human being. Why I am talking, I am Muslim? I cannot say, I am Hindu. I am not Hindu. I am a human being. I have adopted particular way of living. So first of all, values has to be inculcated. That's why I said in human being. You know that tenfold path of religion. Patanjali Yoga Sutra, you see. Patanjali ka Yoga Sutra hai yam or niyam. Five path of yam, 5 path of niyam. Yam, ahimsa, satya, aste, aparigraha, brahmacharya. Second, soch, santosh, tap, swadhyaya, ishwar, pranidhan. Ahimsa. Can any religion say that violence is my religion? कोई धर्म बता दे, चाहे वो क्रिश्चियन हो, हिंदू हो, मुस्लिम हो, वर्ल्ड में कोई, can any approve any religion that yes, violence is good? Everyone condemns terrorism. Ahimsa, satya, truth. Aste, चोरी ना करना. Ahimsa, satya, aste, aparigraha, संग्रह ना करना. Accumulation of wealth. आप देखते हैं ईडी का रेड हो रहा है. ब्रह्मचर्य, ब्रह्मचर्य का मतलब अविवाहित ना रहना, बल्कि ब्रह्मचर्य का संयम से रहना, संयम के साथ रहना. अपनी बहन को हम कहते हैं बहन है, उसके प्रति हमारे मन में श्रद्धा है, प्रेम है, और दूसरों की बहन को कहते हैं माशाअल्लाह. ये क्यों कहते हैं? ये डबल स्टैंडर्ड क्यों है? It means I do not respect the sister of others. And the moment respect dilutes, it means their conflict will arise. तब क्या होगा कि मोलेस्टेशन का केसेस होगा, आप कोर्ट जाएं, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यू विल इंटरफेयर, और उसी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यू पर ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ द यार्डस्टिक ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज द कोर्ट विल डिसाइड. जजमेंट उसी के आधार पर मिलेगा, पनिशमेंट उसी के आधार पर मिलेगा. आप देखते हैं ना, किसी को 3 महीने की सजा, किसी को 6 महीना, किसी को 1 साल, किसी को आजीवन कारावास, किसी को मृत्युदंड. इसके पीछे रीजन क्या है? व्हाट इज द रीजन बिहाइंड दैट हाउ मच वैल्यू यू हैव डाइल्यूटेड, you will be punished accordingly in that rate. समाज को कितनी क्षति आपने पहुंचाई, उसी रेट में आपको पनिशमेंट आ जाएगा. इसीलिए मृत्युदंड रेयर है, लाइफ इंप्रिजनमेंट कॉमन रूल. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स. देयरफॉर यम नियम, दो चीज को यदि फॉलो करे, हर रिलीजन में कोई माँ अपने बेटे को ये नहीं कहती है कि मर्डर करने जाओ तुम, ये अच्छा काम है, झूठ बोलो ये अच्छा काम है, हाँ किसी को सताओ ये अच्छा काम, कोई रिलीजन नहीं करता। तो हम लोग रिलीजन के बारे में टॉक नहीं करते हैं। नियम, शौच, शुद्धता, सफाई, साफ सुथरा रहे, ये तो पेंडेमिक ने सिखाया कि हाथ 4 बार साफ करो नहीं तो कोरोना वायरस आ जाएगा, पेंडेमिक ने सिखाया ना। संतोष, जितना है उतना ही ठीक है। आप अभी देखिए ग्लूटन हो गए हैं लोग, भोज में जाएंगे किसी पार्टी में तो वो जो लिफाफा है उसमें 500 रुपये डाल दिया है, अब 4 आदमी हैं, 4-5 लोग चले गए हैं और लेयर बाय लेयर लिया है थाली में और गप करते हुए खा रहे हैं। ये क्या है? संतोष नहीं है। और दूसरा रेस्पेक्ट नहीं है, जिसने हमको निमंत्रण दिया उसके प्रति भी रेस्पेक्ट नहीं है। अरे भाई जितना संतोष थोड़े में तो संतुष्टि होती है, आप लेयर बाय लेयर खा रहे हैं उसकी, अच्छा उसके बाद खाने को डस्टबिन में फेंक रहे हैं। फूड वेस्टेज आपने देखा होगा, किसी भी परिवार में शादी विवाह होता है उसके यहाँ कितना फूड वेस्टेज होता है। किसने किया? उनके निमंत्रित लोगों ने, इनवाइटेड लोगों ने, उनके दोस्तों ने किया है। कहां है हमारा वैल्यू? हाँ, शौच, संतोष, तप, कष्ट सहन करना। आज थोड़ा भी कुछ हो रहा है हम बर्दाश्त नहीं करते हैं, हम टॉलरेट नहीं करते हैं। तप, स्वाध्याय, सेल्फ स्टडी तो है ही नहीं। हम शिक्षक भी पढ़ते हैं क्योंकि क्लास में पढ़ाना है। वेरी फ्रेंकली आई एम टेलिंग यू, गर्मी की छुट्टी होती है तो अरे सर कहां से पढ़ाई लिखाई होगी। एक आर्टिकल किसी से मांग लीजिए, जरा देखें कितने लोगों की आर्टिकल पब्लिश हो रही है। आर्टिकल कितने लोगों की पब्लिश हो रही है? What is the reason? Because if you want to write something, you have to read, you have to think. और किस लिए? यदि लिखते भी हैं तो प्रमोशन के लिए, एपीआई स्कोर बनाना है, प्रमोशन मिल गया, आप किस लिए? मैं आज भी सेमिनार्स में जाता हूं तो लोग कहते हैं हमको हमारे यहाँ, अरे साहब आप तो प्रोफेसर हैं, सीनियर प्रोफेसर हैं, आपको क्या जरूरत है जाने की? प्रोफेसर को जरूरत नहीं है तो फिर जरूरत किसको है? प्रोफेसर इज ऑल्सो ए स्टूडेंट, ही हैज टू लर्न। और देखते हैं आज के यंग जनरेशन वाले अच्छा अच्छा लिख कर लाते हैं, प्रेजेंट करते हैं, सुनते हैं, हम सीखते हैं, हमारा भी उत्साह बढ़ता है। सो संतोष, तप, स्वाध्याय, सेल्फ स्टडी खत्म है जब हम पढ़ने वाले शिक्षक नहीं पढ़ते हैं, केवल क्लास के लिए पढ़ते हैं, नौकरी बचाने के लिए पढ़ रहे हैं, और वह भी यदि कोई सब्जेक्ट अलॉट हो गया तो उसके अलावे नहीं पढ़ते हैं, तो फिर अदर देन जो नॉन एकेडमिक है, एग्जीक्यूटिव है, उसको फुर्सत कहां है पढ़ने का? धर्मशास्त्र का अध्ययन करने का फुर्सत कहां है? टीवी पर जो सास बहू के झगड़े हैं वो दोपहर में श्रीमती जी देखेंगी, लेकिन रामचरितमानस या कुरान या बाइबिल, उसका अध्ययन नहीं होगा। अच्छे जर्नल्स का अध्ययन नहीं होगा, न्यूज़पेपर में जो आर्टिकल्स है उसका अध्ययन नहीं होगा। ये क्या है? स्वाध्याय की कमी हो गई है। स्वाध्याय इज अ पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ द वैल्यूज एंड ईश्वर प्रणिधान, ईश्वर को प्रार्थना, समर्पण। कोई तो है गॉड, इसके प्रति समर्पण की। ये भी यदि 10 फोल्ड पाथ, यम और नियम को हम फॉलो कर लें अपने जीवन में, देयर विल बी मिनिमाइजेशन ऑफ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट इन द सोसाइटी एंड मैक्सिमाइजेशन ऑफ प्लेजर इन द सोसाइटी। देयर विल बी डेवलपमेंट इन द सोसाइटी। तत्काल विकास होना शुरू हो जाएगा, लेकिन हम कर रहे हैं क्या? इसलिए धर्म के सही अर्थ को हम समझ ही नहीं रहे, ऊपरी कलर को समझ रहे हैं हिंदू मुसलमान, और ये बोल बोल कर एक दूसरे को डरा रहे हैं, धमका रहे हैं, लड़ा रहे हैं। एंड द पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आर डूइंग लाइक दैट आल्सो। और इसमें जो वेस्टेज ऑफ टाइम है, इट इज कॉजिंग अफेक्टिंग आवर मेंटल हेल्थ। और जब मन हमारा डिस्टर्ब है तो क्या हम इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट कर पाएंगे? इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट कर भी रहे हैं तो ब्लड शुगर, ब्लड प्रेशर, हार्ट प्रॉब्लम्स भरा पड़ा है, रोज 10 दवाइयां खा रहे हैं हम। What we are? So that's why we have lost our morals, we have lost our values, and this is why all these problems we are facing. Yes, over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Really appreciate your insights. Thank you so much.
Any other question?
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful session and for enlightening us on the new dimensions for understanding constitutional values and about the significance of individual values, societal and political values, It was an enlightening session for all of us, which imparted us with new knowledge and new insight into understanding constitutional values. Thank you so much, sir.
And Dr. Jain, I believe ki sirs, your session has been like an eye-opener. Because it's not an opening of eyes of the young mind or the young faculty, even for ourselves also, as you have said, we are all the students, we are the learners. Every session, is the teaching learning session. So certainly your session, I believe it was a lot of things we have learned from you and from our young minds or young faculty. And it's your deliberation is eye-opener kind of. They have given the new inputs, as you have said, key corruption, new definition, new dimensions to look at the things as academicians. So it's a right platform. All the participants are the faculty members, and that is what I used. It is the new learning session for all of us, irrespective of our age and irrespective of our cadre. Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you. Over to you, Jane.
Thank you so much, sir. And I believe all the participants will take these values which you have highlighted in our future classes so that we can also impart values to our own students in our institutes. Thank you so much, sir, for such an enlightening session. We are very happy to have you, and we believe that we will have more interactions with you. Yes. And you will be a part of our family, the Amity family, in future also. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us in this faculty development program. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Roy, sir.
The feedback form has been circulated.
Yes, it's circulated.
Also, the WhatsApp group. All participants are requested to fill the form.
So here we end this today's session, and we will meet on 3rd July at 10 a.m.
Nidhi, I would like to ask how we are going to check the attendance of the participants. I think all the participants must know 90% attendance
80%.
is important. Huh?
80%.
Okay. 80% attendance or more than 80 is required as the guidelines under this FDP, though I believe you will be attending the 100% all, and each and every session is so insightful, informative for you people and for all of us. So certainly the 100% attendance, it's worth to attend this FDP. Otherwise, for certification from the University Academic Staff College, they have made the more than 80% attendance is required for you people to get the certificate. So thank you so very much for attending and attentively. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks to all participants.